cosmic soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, mind makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on. Starlight out on. Starlight out on. Cosmic soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, mind makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on. Starlight out on.
Welcome to the show, everybody. How are you guys doing? Excuse me, if y'all could hear that, I'm sorry. That's for later. Let me see if I can run it back. I just have to run it back when I play it. But how are you guys doing? The stream is posted if anybody wants to join. If I sound rough, I'm sorry. I am a bit sick right now. I had a rough morning taking care of me and Tucker. And honestly, we're not going to go that long. We might go 30 minutes today, is just for the algorithm. Unless you guys want to join and have a conversation, I'll moderate in silence. But today is just for the algorithm, unless the audience changes my mind. You ready for a chill day? Me too, Alawine. What's up, Alawine? I see you in chat. I don't see anybody else yet. Welcome all those in La La Land. Star. I don't know what it says in the song, and I like Nightish for making it for me. I appreciate it, but it sounds like it says Star Adderall in the song, and I'm like, you know what? I rock with it personally. You're looking for a chamomile tea and rosemary. So my black mama, the woman who adopted me when I was a teenager, she gave me the best home remedy. She called it a hot toddy. I call it black people voodoo magic, but that was just me joking around with my black family. What you would do is you would make you some hot tea either in the microwave. You could warm some up in the microwave. It didn't matter the brand or the type. It can't be whiskey. My adopted mama says it's gotta be clear liquor. It's gotta be clear liquor. And you get you some clear liquor, typically vodka. You get you a cough drop or cough syrup, like actual cough syrup. Now you can do about 4 lozenges if you can't get actual cough syrup. That's the difference. So if you're going to use cough drops, use about 4 of them. This is not medical advice, by the way. This is just a home remedy recipe that my adopted mother passed on to me, and it works for me. For my experience, it works. But this is not medical advice or medical practice. So you get the hot tea, clear liquor, 4 lozenges, or cough syrup, and you mix that shit and you let them cough drops melt, or let that shit get really mixed in well if it's all liquid, and you pound it back like a fucking shot. It's a whole glass of warm drink, but you pound it back like it's a shot. and just guzzle it all. Don't matter how good or bad it tastes, you just drink all of it, and it's gonna make you sweat. You go lay down, bundle up in some cover, and go to sleep, and then you will be black people voodoo magic will fucking heal what ails you, brothers and sisters. I promise you. No, like my adopted mom said it's the alcohol mixed with the cough syrup or cough medicine that makes it work, in her opinion. Like the tea is just there because it does have some stuff in it. I think the tannins in it pull out toxins, is what she said. But nah, like it works. She mainly the tea's there for the taste. But yeah, I call it black people voodoo magic. It's always been a joke because and they work. It works for everything, right? So I got a cut on my leg when I was in high school. I was doing what's up, the dumb founded dipshits. My weekend is going well. I can't speak for chats, but I got an infection on my leg, and it caused me to have a really bad fever because I'm that guy. I refuse to go to the hospital, and I just kept pouring alcohol on it, like rubbing alcohol and like keeping it clean. And I worked on a farm is how I wound up with the infection on my leg because I always wear shorts in the summer, but like I refuse to go to the hospital because I'm that stubborn bastard, and like I started getting really sick, and like she gave me the hot toddy. I sweat out the fever, and like the infection went away within like 2 or 3 days after the hot toddy. And then the next time, I don't know if I got some influenza type stuff or what was wrong, but I got to where it was hard to breathe and like just also like a common cold stuff, like some runny nose and whatnot. While it was also hard to breathe, and I had the fevers and shit. And she made me one that was extra strong. It had 2 shots of liquor, and that one put me in the fucking dirt. I was asleep for like a day and a half, and I woke up. I'm like, oh man, I feel great. Yes, the good old hot toddy, Miss Liz, not toddy. For those of you who watch King of the Hill, I personally call it because my adopted mom was a black lady. I personally called it the old black people voodoo magic, but hot toddy works too, I guess. Oh, we got somebody sending some clips for us to watch. But I want to do a little bit of because I'm only gonna go live. So I'm only gonna go live for 30 minutes for the algorithm unless the audience wants to come up and talk. So I'm gonna do what I've been trying to do for like 3 years now and talk about space. And this is one of my favorite clips about space. I don't know if any of y'all ever played Command and Conquer, but um the Command and Conquer 3, their cutscenes are the best. The moon is cheese. Yeah, I like Red Alert 3, and that's what I'm talking about. Like Command and Conquer Red Alert 3, their cutscenes were great, and every time I talk about space, and then because of that inevitably goes to politics, I automatically think about this cutscene, and it's like, and he's kind of the chunky guy, and like he's losing his shit in the middle of this cutscene because Half Life was good, uh, but he's like, I'm going. It was at the end of the. It was in the, and I love how Google auto corrects the rest of it because it knows exactly what I'm talking about. I forget the name of the actor, but he's like when you're beating him, and it's the second to the last mission, he's like, "I'm going to escape to the only place not corrupted by communist capitalism." Space, and like the actor's losing his fucking absolute shit.
Well,
Oh shit! What's up, Barrowitz?
how you doing, Orthodox?
I'm a little bit sick, but I'm feeling mostly good.
Oh, well, I hope you get better soon then.
I will. Have you ever played Command and Conquer 3? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be that narcissistic. Thank you very much, Barrowitz. I will try to get better. I think I will get better. If I don't, I'll just die. Sorry. Because that I will did not sit right with me. Like, I'm okay with being a narcissist, but that was just like the rudest shit ever. But if you haven't seen Command and Conquer, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this cutscene is the greatest Command and Conquer cutscene ever.
Is it the one where he's like going to space?
Yes.
Rain on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending
Losing
everything
his shit.
I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
You can see him start to lose his shit. It's Tim Curry.
Yeah.
That's who did it. Yeah, no. Like, I love how so Red Alert 3 was like it was a good game, don't get me wrong, but like sales were lackluster. But I feel like they spent all their money on the star-studded cast for their cutscenes.
Oh yeah, because it wasn't just Tim Curry, it was like George Takei as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, George Takei was the Emperor of Japan, or the Emperor of the Rising Sun faction. Which is
and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure. Do you know the guy who plays House? I think he's in it as well.
Yeah, he I forget who he's.
He's one of like the Allied commanders, isn't he?
Yeah. Like that. There's a whole everybody that's in there is famous actors, but they dress them up and they don't really give them the credit that like a movie or a TV show would. Those people literally, I don't know if they played previous Command and Conquer games, but like even the women were just in it for the fun. Like you see Tim Curry as he's trying to read those lines, like you see him, like you can see his eyes, like he can't take himself seriously.
Yeah, he's just laughing up the whole time and still trying to like be in character.
Well, that's what I love about Red Alert, and like I hate EA because I feel like Westwood would have been able to make more Red Alerts like that, and like oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry for that, y'all.
It's all right.
But like EA, if they don't make a certain level of profit or it doesn't have that social currency, they just say fuck it, you know?
Yeah, the EA's all like with EA. The one I always remember was Dead Space 3, where they were like, "Oh, the game needs this, the game needs that, it needs microtransactions," and that was what killed the game because EA got too involved and was like, "It needs this," you know. When rather than just leaving the people who are making the game alone, they have to like stick their nose in.
Well, that's what annoys me about EA, because people don't realize that EA and like another publisher, even if they don't directly have anything to do with the game, right? They affect the game market, right? Like EA was one of the people that was pushing for multiplayer everything because of microtransactions, like you mentioned. Like you get more microtransactions out of the multiplayer everything, right?
Yeah.
And that was another thing about Red Alert is they tried to push Red Alert to be like Red Alert 3 to be multiplayer. Like the people who were making Red Alert 3 knew that Command and Conquer was a standalone single player game. Like people played for the storyline and the campaign.
Yeah.
But EA and them were trying to push this was early microtransaction. This was early DLC. They were trying their best to jump on that fucking train and create a platform, and they thought they did it, because look at what happened. Look at what came out right after Red Alert 3. Like Red Alert 3's multiplayer was fucking peak. It was awesome. I actually liked it. But the DLC was released, and that's where you can see that they were getting ready to build this platform for multiplayer, everything, microtransactions, this, that, and the third. Because I don't know if you ever played the expansion set where they do the fucking Yoko, the Japanese psychic chick, and
Yeah.
and and everything from that DLC, like they weren't heavy on the microtransactions, but you can tell, like looking back, that's what they were building up for that multiplayer. Because then you had Tiberian Sun that came out, and that was nothing but the microtransaction, the multiplayer, everything. Like you couldn't even really play a single player campaign. It was like they wanted you to have a co-op partner in the single player campaign. So it was
Yeah.
never really single player.
No, exactly. They just wanted to be like, oh, if you want the best experience from the game, you need to get co-op, and if you want co-op, you need all these packs.
Yeah, and that right there influenced Bethesda and other companies to do multiplayer games. Like I literally said, me and a friend of mine were talking, and he was like so excited. I'm like, there's two things that's going to destroy the Fallout franchise, right?
Mm.
And that's if you take it outside of America, or if you make an MMO.
Mm.
And like, so all these people like, I want to see what China is like. That's not like, I'm not one of those people like Mel or a leftist that goes media literacy. But if you can understand that the specifics behind Fallout is that it's 1950s Americana,
Yeah.
then you might as well play Metro or another series.
Mm.
And I'm just sitting here like, and I told him like, an MMO will fuck it up too, because it's a role playing game, a single player role playing adventure for yourself.
Yeah, because like the reason why Vegas is so loved is because it's the definitive for Fallout role playing, where although you start off as a courier who got shot delivering something, your character is a clean slate. You could say, oh, I'm a mercenary who just works for money, or I'm actually a good guy, but with all the previous Fallout and the new ones, you're kind of locked in to like the character that's made. But with Vegas, you could do whatever you want. That's why a lot of people love Vegas.
It was the perfect. So Fallout. Do not get me wrong. I am a Fallout enjoyer. I even like 76. But yes, it did ruin the experience as a Fallout player. Right, as somebody who loves the franchise, as somebody who has played Fallout 1, 2, 3, 4, even Tactics. Right.
Oh, Tactics are brilliant.
Fallout Tactics was, and like, it didn't know, dude. I even played Fallout Brotherhood for the PlayStation and Xbox.
Oh, I remember that one where it's like the heavy metal punks.
The arcade shoot. Yeah, the arcade shoot 'em up where it takes place in Texas, and it's literally not Fallout. It's like fucking, it's post-apocalyptic fucking
It's like Manhunt meets Max Payne.
It's Max Payne meets English motherfucker. Do you speak it?
Yeah.
Fucking I can't think of the name.
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction. Yeah, it's fucking Max Payne. Post-apocalyptic Max Payne or Pulp Fiction meets Max Payne. Mad Max. It's fucking like retarded. And there was some Mad Max references. Mad Max is one of my favorite series. Like I even like Furiosa, right? But like Mad Max is one of my favorite series as well. I don't know why. I just like post-apocalyptic shit. And but Brotherhood of Steel for the consoles was not a Fallout game. It had Fallout makeup on it.
Yeah, like, it just had the name.
Yeah, like that was just now lore wise, like aside from the gameplay, but lore wise, you can smash it into Fallout, right? And the reason I say that it's Mad Max, a post-apocalyptic Pulp Fiction and Mad Max, is like there's an emphasis on the downtrodden hoes and people in the society, while also like shoot 'em up. And you expect that emphasis on the downtrodden to be in Fallout, but like that's the thing. That's where Fallout 3 got it weird. Like the apocalypse was too friendly.
Mm.
Right? It was only weary and sad because of the climate. Right?
Yeah.
But like the apocalypse was too friendly. Ooh, there's cannibals. Ooh, there's people that drink blood. Ooh, there's slavers. But like everybody seemed to have a okay go at it. What made Fallout New Vegas so good is, for one, it was the developers of Fallout 1 and 2 that got their hands on it again, right? It became that interactive role-playing game that it was supposed to be when fucking if I wouldn't have tried to talk about it, I would know the fucking Interplay. It became that game that Interplay did because they were finally working with it, and they blew Bethesda out the water because it was their original IP. It was their original love child,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So they were able to give a better experience than Fallout 3 was able to give, because like you couldn't even get poisoned. You couldn't have any status effects that really happened in Fallout 3. It was just a base retelling of the Fallout 1 storyline without a water chip and the master.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. You replace the water chip with the Gek from the fucking vault, where the super mutants, instead of the master was dipping people, the super mutants were dipping people and making more of their own. Like, it was a cut down version of Fallout 1. And it was 3D, so I liked it. It was a new way to play the game, and that was cool as fuck. Unironically, I like Fallout 4 because Fallout 4 is just like Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas. There's some bugs, and it could be a lot bigger. I don't like the settlement system. Whenever they create those settlement system like things, whenever you see features like that, it's always a test for another game. And it's always testing, and it's also a cost saving measure, so they didn't have to go in and make more settlements and tell more story. They sell it as the player getting to create lore in the story, but in all actuality, it's a cheap cop out. Now, if you could have done it for, yes, we did say Fallout. It was Windows 98, brother. Yes, we did say Fallout. I like Doom 2. When I was a kid, I was scared. I think it was Doom 1, not Doom 1. Diablo 2, and then Diablo 1. I think it was Diablo 1. Diablo 1 scared me as a kid, so I never really played it again. And it didn't really scare me. It was just the butcher on like the level 1 boss where like fresh meat, and he proceeded to beat my ass every time, and his voice was just scary to an 8-year-old.
It was also like with the maps for Diablo 1 and 2, because it was top down, but there was a lot of dark areas that you'd have to go to like light them up, and then you'll go to one area and there's just like 5 enemies there.
You know what really pissed me off though, like from the Diablo series. I can't remember if it's one or two, but you know what really made me mad? That one little fucking blue imp that was like, "Oh, please don't beat my ass, please, I'm so scared." And then like fucking like 8 hours of gameplay later, he'd be like, "I'm so," and then he would try to fight you, and he was only as strong as a regular imp. And I'm like, "You little fucking bastard! I hate you so much." Like, that character, I hate. Like, I was hoping we could befriend the imp and have him as a companion. Nah. He was just I don't. It's so annoying.
Like, he was just one of those characters that existed to like just be annoying.
Why are you here then? Like, plain and simple. Anyway, I don't know.
Well, have you got to say, have you been watching the Fallout series?
Yes, I have. I have watched the Fallout series.
What do you think?
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. In fact, I kind of like it. I just don't like the capitalism bad, right? Because the trannies and all the leftists would say you don't have media literacy. It's a critique on capitalism. No, the creator of Fallout has come out and said that it is not a critique on capitalism.
Yeah.
So this whole capitalism bad, it's kind of annoying, and there is some woke stuff in there that I don't like. But overall, it's a fucking TV show, so it's fun. So
yeah, like I mean, as you said, the creator has said, yeah, it's not about capitalism. It's just about like man will not change. That's the big overarching theme to Fallout. That no matter what happens, man won't change, regardless of who they are.
oh shit, Bumpkin. Welcome, Bumpkin. Alawine, you ain't gotta worry. I appreciate you having my back. You ain't gotta worry about these people. Everything much like leftists, everything they say is a projection. If it wasn't, homie wouldn't feel the need to come in and talk shit. I think Bumpy messed up, but it's a critique. It's a critique of unrepentant science. Perhaps. But war never changes, bro. It's so true.
Yeah, that's like pretty much the whole thing. It's just, no matter how far we advance or stuff like that, just war does not change. So even if we're fighting with sticks and stones or laser weapons, it doesn't change. That's the whole thing to it.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like Fallout. It's gonna suffer. Probably. I didn't block them if they got blocked. I don't know.
What you were saying about with Fallout suffering? Do you mean like with the newer stuff, it's gonna suffer from like today's politics?
Yeah, it's gonna suffer from today's politics. You're gonna have if you and I don't care about the race of the writers, right? Because everybody like Casper was bringing that up actually, that the writing staff of Hollywood and whatnot is like and being like only 40% are white men, da 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 da. I don't care about that as much as far as when you have that type of situation, those people that are going into the writing rooms, they're ideologues for woke shit, for leftist shit, and to be fair, I wouldn't want people who are ideologues on my side, like my side, also writing entertainment for the majority of people, because ideologues on either side make it gay and stupid.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't want because like just because the Enclave is awesome and Caesar's Legion is awesome and the NCR sucks, right? And the Brotherhood of Steel is awesome, doesn't mean that Fallout is a critique on how awesome fascism actually is and it's based and we should accept it, right?
Yeah, it's more just about how it's not a critique on them. It's just how would these factions play into these scenarios, and you have to see the good and the bad. Because remember in New Vegas, although Caesar's Legion is like this horrible faction that does all these bad things, when he speaks to you, he makes sense when he's like, yeah, I do all these horrible things, but if you think about it, I'm actually, prepping these people, because my soldiers, they are very capable on their own. We don't have to rely on modern technology, and we don't have any problems with like drugs or drink. So you may disagree with me methods, but you have to admit me to get results.
Exactly, and that's the thing that annoys me, right? Because of the leftist influence in these writing rooms, the Caesar's Legion in particular, a lot of their more nuanced missions got left on the cutting room floor when they made the game, because there's you don't really get to work with Caesar. There's like 5 missions for Caesar's Legion.
There's a few, and then there's obviously the faction missions where it's like go kill the Boomers, go kill the Brotherhood.
Yeah. That's not except for the Railroad. The Railroad sucks. I agree, Sasquatch.
Oh yeah, definitely.
There is no good except for a choice of lesser evils. That actually is a thing of Fallout in the series. Apparently, this person didn't block you, Christine. But like I really just love Fallout, and like I think the TV show is going to suffer from modern politics, and you can already see that's happening. So you're playing the Railroad now. I stumbled across the Railroad on accident. Like I didn't actually follow the hints. Like I just like was exploring and then seen the button and pressed it, and then it opened up. When it first opened up, I thought they were raiders, so I just unloaded when I saw the first choice
to do.
Yeah. I mean, then I realized then I realized it was the Railroad, and I'm like, oh, and then proceeded to do it every playthrough afterwards. I did one playthrough of the Railroad to get, and I can't remember his name, but it's the Fallout 4 equivalent of Boone.
Oh, was it like Deacon, the spy guy?
Yeah, Deacon. I like Deacon.
There was actually quite a lot of Fallout 3 characters in 4, because Maxim's from 3. The other follower, I forget his name. He's the mercenary guy in the railway bar. He's from 3 as well.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. I've done others before OG came down like the plague. I mean, Fallout always has reoccurring characters from other games. Like even Fallout New Vegas had a few.
Oh yeah, like New Vegas had the Enclave guy in the cave because he's from number 2, and there's another one, but I can't remember.
Wasn't that Durin? Wasn't that Sergeant During or whatever his name is?
Oh no, it wasn't the sergeant, but it was. So in New Vegas, the guy's called Cannibal Johnson, but he was on the same base with the Enclave with Sergeant Durin.
Didn't you actually have to talk to Johnson?
Oh yeah, if you do the arcade quest line to get the 4 Enclave members back together.
I'm talking about on Fallout 2. Like
you have to sneak onto the base and you have to speak to Durin. He goes, "Where's your power armor?"
Isn't he the base guard? Like for the Enclave base? That's what I thought. And then he tells you report to Sergeant Darren, and then you get your how does the game put it? The most ear blistering, beautiful ass chewing on the face that you've ever heard in your life.
You will remain in this man's army until you are 510 years old.
You know, we have to bless the audience with that. Oh my god. Hold on.
There's the
I feel like Fallout 1 and 2 were harder.
Yeah. I mean, like, it was just with some of the talking heads with 1 and 2, they were just like so good. Like Frank Horrigan in number 2 was just down to business, steel balls type of guy.
I found a meme about it. I found a meme about it, so it's only 37 seconds. That the whole 4-minute branch tree of the talking head. So we'll just show the meme, and for
Welcome to Camp Navarro. So you're the new replacement. You are out of uniform, soldier! Where is your power armor? Don't have any? You expect me to believe that, maggot? The truth is, you lost an expensive piece of Army-issue equipment. That suit is going to come out of your pay, and you will remain in this man's army until you are 510 years old, which is the number of years it will take for you to pay for a Mark II powered combat armor you have lost. Now get out of my face and don't come back until you look like a soldier!
He actually sends you to go get a suit of power armor from the base armory. Best armor in the game as well.
And if you go back to him the second time, he'll flip again and be like, I've already told you, go away.
And if you go back a third time, if you're stupid enough to go back a third time, the entire base goes hostile. He's like, he's like, you failed to follow orders, soldier. I hold you. Wow, what does it go? You are. Nah, he says something about treason. Like, I don't know, but like that's one thing I loved about the original Fallouts is the attention to detail. Like, it didn't just repeat the same lines of dialogue. Like, it's like, you're back, and you're not in your power armor again. Go do.
Not to mention as well, though, is that if you played as a low intelligence character, they would treat you differently as well. Because there's one instance where if you go to the Enclave base as a low intelligence, they'll go, you not safe here, you go away, or you get hurt, so you no come back.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if you noticed in the video, the person was playing a low intelligence build because he held up the sign that says, me not have. And like that's one of the answers that you can give as a low intelligence playthrough to Sergeant Dornan.
Oh yeah, and then he says, "Oh, lovely, they've sent me a moron."
Yeah, a moron. Oh Lord. But so, oh man, that reminds me of. So since we're talking about Fallout 2, have you ever played a low intelligence build in Fallout 2 and got to the second city, Klamath, and talked to not Sulik, but the retarded guy in Klamath?
Yeah.
The fucking the conversation they have is so hilarious because like the low intelligence build is actually a high intelligence build. As long as you're talking to other mentally handicapped people, right? Because
no, go on. Sorry.
Well, so when you're talking to the special needs guy, like when you're talking to him as someone with like I think it's over 4 intelligence, like he doesn't sound clear at all. But if you're playing with 4 or under intelligence, your character will come up and like the text will be like, "Good sir, how are you doing today?" Like having an intellectual conversation.
They did that in Vegas as well with one of the homeless guys in Freeside. If you're low intelligence, he'll go, I just so happen, sir, to happenstance upon 2 young individuals playing with some advanced weaponry. I'll tell you where they are.
That is fucking hilarious. I thought that was a mod though.
No, it's so in Vegas there's not as many encounters as in Fallout 2, but there's a few low intelligence encounters in Vegas, but just not a lot. Because I think there's another way if you go Oh, sorry, go on.
I just like the work that the former team put on, but I have to step away for just a second to use the restroom, and I've watched part of this video, so I'm going to share the video for a few seconds that I had picked out for us on space. I shall be
agencies are facing an uncomfortable reality. While Congress debates NASA's budget and SpaceX refines its reusable rockets, China has been methodically developing space technologies that challenge fundamental assumptions about who leads in orbital capability. The competition is no longer theoretical. China's space program has moved from imitation to innovation, fielding systems that address problems American engineers haven't solved, or in some cases, abandoned decades ago. This brings us to the hot topic. Will China attack the United States? NASA has dominated space-based astronomy since Hubble launched in 1990. That dominance now faces...
All right, I am back. Hopefully that was enough to spark your interest in the conversation of space. Let's see.
Yeah,
Is that you,
just
Just
watched
Much?
the-
Yeah,
the-
I don't think Fallout's real.
Fallout's real?
Well, you see, here's the thing, man. At least from the perspective of Fallout 4, until all of this creation club started dropping in and some of the DLC and stuff, you realize there were nothing but mutant dogs and dog meat. There was robo dogs, mutant dogs, and dog meat. There were no attack dogs. There were no normal dogs in all of Fallout up to that point, except for the dog meat analog and the different.
No. Fallout 1 and 2, there were only dogs. There was no mutant dogs. Fallout 1 and 2.
Speaking from the perspective of Fallout 4, when Fallout 4 just came out, there were mutant dogs and there were mongrel hounds. Otherwise, dog meat was the only four-footed creature that wasn't mutated, and then cats showed up. And no cats are ever mutated, and nothing cat-related ever occurs mutationally. I don't think any of this is real, dude. This is not like a simulation in a computer. I think the Zetans took us to a different planet and set this up as an experiment.
Fair enough. So here's the thing, right? When cats came back in Fallout 4, I was kind of wigged out as a Fallout fan, right? Because in Fallout 2 and Fallout 1, you talk to people about animals of the world in the pre-war, and you find out that cats were hunted to extinction.
Which means ... all cats
Well, the cat are synthetic.
are synths. Yes.
Yeah, it says that in Fallout 4 when you go to the
Sure.
when you go to the institute.
Right. And a bunch of the birds and a few other things. The one that surprised me the most, wasn't Paladin Dance, although it should have. But I killed Paladin Dance by accident the first time I ran across him and found his synth component.
Oh, that's cheating.
No, I didn't know, dude. Like, I didn't realize this first time I was playing through. I was like traveling into the area where the Boston Police Department or whatever that place is, and there's all the ghouls right before you get to it. I had like almost got killed, and I ran into the police department trying to get away from them, and then suddenly there was this dude with a bunch of fucking armor like charging straight at me, and I shot him in the head. After that, it was on.
So, do you know who all the synths are?
The guy at Warwick Farms, Warwick Homestead, the father, I think it's John Warwick or whatever. He's a synth. He got replaced like months ago.
Did you know Sturgis is a synth?
Yep. Sturgis, and I wonder about a few people that don't have synth components I feel like should.
Mama, what would be crazy if Mama Murphy had a fucking synth component?
That would have been the biggest fucking flex in all of Fallout 4. If there had been a synth component on Mama Murphy, that would mean that the Institute was literally driving the entire plot. Fucking big rig.
Well, not only that, they would have been able to master creating human-like entities to the point that they could even replicate things like telekinesis.
No, not necessarily.
Surveillance.
The things that Mama Murphy doesn't require any seeing into the future if the Institute is the one that's pulling all of these strings in the first place. All she would have to have is a little bit of access to a little bit deeper dirt in the Institute, and she'd know all the shit that she tells you.
Holy shit, you're right. Holy shit, you're right.
I know, dude. Like, I thought about that. If Preston Garvey was a synth, a lot of things would fall together. Like
that would just make me double down on joining the Brotherhood, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. See, here's the reason why I got to take out the Institute, and I'm going with the Railroad. I sat down and I watched the entire Humans series about the synthetic people who gain consciousness. And then I was watching Westworld. And it occurred to me, none of this stuff is evil. None of the things these people are doing is specifically evil or even necessarily negative until they cross one line. When they duplicate an existing human in order to control the population of an area. That's evil.
Well, do you know, I would say it's not so much that, it's just the big flaw I found with Fallout 4 is that when you eventually do get to the Institute ranks, if you try and ask them, it's like, well, why'd you do the stuff you do? They'll go, oh, it's too like complex for you to understand. If there was some type of justification for what they were doing, I think they would have been a hell of a lot better faction. But because the fact that there's no real explanation behind the actions they do, that's why I think a lot of people fall out of favor with them.
You've got a point there, but
that's funny on so many levels, Christine. All right,
even if they had a point and an overall goal of taking man to Mars or whatever it might be, the Institute crosses the morality line when it duplicates an individual in order to influence, say, Diamond City. The mayor of Diamond City is a synth. They hate synths.
Well, it's because the Institute literally kills the person that they replace.
That's why it's an immoral thing. That is the problem. Not only is the controlling of other people an issue, you have to do something for the original.
I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, my bad.
It might be a little different if they took the original and stuck them on ice, maybe, but I don't think so. I think that's just as good as killing them. That is no different.
Well, just wipe their mind and send them on their way.
Around. You can't let it happen. If he ever goes to the
it's the Institute. They probably have ways. They have the teleporter. They could drop them in another settlement because the satellite arrays around Earth are still somewhat operational. So there are and this is why I love the apocalypse, right? Because not everybody who knows everything is going to die. And then the apocalypse, the knowledge truly is worth more than gold. So there's going to be these factions that keep these satellites running and keep the technology going, at least in small pockets, right?
I want them to do a Seattle.
The Enclave still has their space laser activated.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Let me get this straight, because I don't know that I've ever actually hammered this one out. The Institute exists underground and has multiple facilities around the planet that it operates out of and teleports back and forth between them, right? There is no physical way into the Institute.
Yeah, not unless it's because I think in one of the end missions for the factions, you have to drill underneath so many tons of concrete just to get to them.
There was ways in and out of the Institute, but once they developed teleportation, they basically blew all the...
Right. Okay, and the Enclave initially was based on oil derricks off the coast of California and a handful of other places off the coast,
and the
also
Pacific, right?
Other oil derricks and stuff, right? So here's my conundrum. We have the Institute who has the capability of fucking teleportation, but they don't. Their technology, while interesting in sci-fi, is not that terribly advanced over the Commonwealth in general, other than the teleportation bit. They've got XO2 power armors and a few other things, but that's about it. The Enclave, however, has got the Brotherhood of Steel beat to switches on power armor. They've got the Mark 6 XO2 and then a few testing XO3s and on. As far as foot soldiers are concerned, the Enclave ought to just walk through the Commonwealth when it comes down to it. But their numbers aren't high enough to do it. That's how the Institute can win, is because it has the ability to create synths instead of breeding people.
Well, that's the thing, right? So one of the things that I don't like about Fallout 4 is in recent years, because the game's almost 10 years old now, but in like the past year and a half, 2 years, they made a few mods canon by re-releasing them as part of the main game or updating them to be part of the main game, right?
Mm.
And that puts the Enclave in Boston on it's not an oil rig, but it's a defense platform.
Oh,
And
yeah,
it's
I'm gonna have to get a piece of that.
Yeah, no, it's the new update. It's the new if you don't have the anniversary edition, get the anniversary edition of Fallout 4, like the newest edition.
Let me tell you what I've got, what I'm working on right now, what I'm working with. I took strong back max perk ability, so I can teleport, I can fast travel overloaded. And every single power armor suit that I come across that is available, I either take the power armor or take every piece off of it and teleport straight back to my joint. Put that up. I have probably 16 Mark 6 variations of the Hellfire suits. Something
So
like
the Hellfire suit aesthetically, when they released that in Fallout 3, that shit was peak. I like that. But the thing is, right? What I was saying about Fallout 4 is they made the Enclave kinetic, like actually part of Boston, right? Lore wise. And if I'm not mistaken, it's remnants from Raven Rock and Chicago, which you don't even know the Enclave is in Chicago until that mod, which becomes canon, because what's supposed to be in Chicago is the Brotherhood of Steel.
Yeah, because in Tactics, the Brotherhood of Steel go to Chicago because they need to shut down the calculator.
Yeah, and that's what like the Midwest, Fallout Midwest was Fallout Tactics, and people go, oh well, it shouldn't be canon. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with it as far as it being in the Fallout universe.
Oh yeah, no, Tactics should be canon because it shows because do you know the giant robot army? That's like Voltec's work, and it just shows in comparison to everything else how terrifying Voltec is. The fact that they've got this unstoppable robot army just waiting.
Well, almost unstoppable.
Well,
almost,
yeah. It's funny. It's funny because in Fallout Tactics, you start off as the Brotherhood. This is where when people that are bitching about the airships in the TV show, I'm like, y'all are stupid. Y'all have never played the Fallout series because the entire Brotherhood moves around with airships. That was established canon back around Fallout 1 and 2.
Yeah, the Brotherhood has like fleets of armored jeeps, tanks, AP, everything.
Yeah,
I'm a little upset with the lack of vehicles in the Fallout universe.
Well, okay, in Tactics you have vehicles, and Tactics actually covers why you don't have vehicles in the Fallout universe, right?
They're absurdly dangerous.
Well, it's not that they're dangerous; it's that you would need to be an organization or a government to actually, in the apocalypse, maintain them.
In Fallout 1 or 2, you've got the Highwaymen, haven't you? The old,
in Fallout 2, you got the Highwaymen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I get that, but the thing about all right, so we got to look at it from two perspectives. There's two different types of vehicles we're discussing: your typical fuel-fed vehicles, and then the later Corvega project vehicles. Those project vehicles weren't using fusion because if they were, you wouldn't have to refill your coolant. Think about it; they were using fission and lying to everyone.
Mm.
Well, the thing is, right, so I think
actually in Vegas they've got the boomers get the bomber, don't they?
The boomers use the bomber.
The B-52, yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, I think it's more of a system limitation in both Fallout 1, 2, 3, and 4. In Fallout New Vegas, I think and they even said as much that the system can't handle it. Yes, there's modders that after years and years of work have made it work, but
so all I want, as far as like vehicles, I would like to be able to assign like there to be a handful of functional vehicles of some description that you can't do anything with until you have a settlement set up. and then you can take somebody to that vehicle and be like, hey, you be a supplier. And then after that, they just ride around on the map. You can see them, and that would be cool.
I feel where you're coming from, but okay, look at the actual roads.
Oh yeah, I
and
see that.
topography. Yeah, so you see where I'm coming from. Like it would,
problem.
yeah, it literally. So vehicles in the current system, the current way they design the game, have to be static pieces because, like, here's the thing. Even though the artists make all the vehicles look dilapidated, it's insinuated, like when you're in Fallout New Vegas or Fallout 3 or especially Fallout 4. Well, yeah, especially Fallout 4. When you're talking to the Brotherhood or you're talking about the NCR, it's insinuated heavily that they're using those vehicles, even though they look fucked up because they're just the same old. They're the same old assets.
Like I said, they're fission. If they're fission, all you got to do is pull the rods out of it, replace them, and drive off.
Well, the thing is as well is that there's some lore behind it. So with these factions having these vehicles, it's explained in the lore that the only reason they've got these vehicles is because they've stumbled across this untouched stockpile of vehicles in like
Area 51 scenario all over again. Yeah,
basically like vehicles that have been untouched and sheltered from the elements since the war, so these vehicles can still be like done up and used.
And someone tell Hornet to get his ass in here. We're talking about Fallout, because I also
another thing about the airships is, as far back as Van Buren, I don't know about before that. I never played 1 or 2 all the way through. I tinkered around with it. I never owned them, right?
I've never beaten them because they are that hard, but I know the ending. I know every ending, and I've gotten all the way to the endings.
So
I still love Fallout to death, though. I genuinely cannot, for the life of me, no matter, like, it takes so much grinding just to get a high enough level to beat Sergeant Doran. Or not Sergeant Doran, fucking
Frank Horrigan.
Frank Horrigan. That I'm just like, it's not even fucking worth it. I already know the endings. You know? Like, I try my best. Like, I've been up to level 35 because of modding the game, and still got my ass beat. I've modded to the point where I've had 10s in everything and been level 30 and still got my ass beat.
Yeah, because you need
he
like
was made
all
to
your
be
followers to fight him.
Well, it's not even just the followers. You need all the followers, and then the Enclave deserters, and you have to snatch the fucking key card from the president to turn on the automated defense system and make it on your side.
Yeah,
and even then, he's at 99 health, and it's all fucking luck because he's got the stats. He's automatically goes first in the sequence of combat. His weapons have unlimited ammo.
When you fight him as well, he'll say, he'll start running away and say help, and like 2 Enclave guards are running. So it's like you have to like be really lucky to kill him.
Yeah. Like, and heaven forbid if you're one of those sticklers that will not let a companion die. That's me, by the way. I'm that guy. So I have to do a reload every time, and I'll get close to dropping him. I'll get him within 100 health, and then something will happen. He'll either get a critical on me, and then fucking the super omega death scene will happen, or he'll get one of my companions.
Let's see where they at. I've got people that glow. I'm not sure why.
They're pregnant.
No, I don't know what I'm looking at, and I've looked online and tried to ask a bunch of stupid questions, and I get a bunch of like broken targeting shits and whatnot. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They glow like they have a Pip Boy. Must have moved them. I figured they were synths, so I think I sent them somewhere. And by the way, I've got the armored weave, right? So all of these chicks that you see running around in evening gowns are more well armored than the people in armor.
That's funny.
It is, and also I've got them equipped with things like shotguns and 44s. Like stop them, drop them.
You're a good pimp. Did anyone ever tell you that?
No idea. Check this out. Look, this is an average citizen right here. Average citizen, full combat gear. Let's see. What are you carrying there, chick? We got a fusion grenade, a fragmentation grenade, and a legendary poisoner's overcharged laser sniper rifle that does 200 points of damage. Average settler. Come get some. I dare you. And then there's these people that wander in. They're recruits, I guess you call them. I just haven't done anything with him yet. But yeah, this is a Starlight Drive-In, obviously.
I just feel like they gave you too many settlements because they didn't want to create their own.
Actually, it depends on which way you play. If you play through the Minuteman, it feels like too many settlements because it is too many settlements. Think about it. Your resources get stripped almost immediately by Sanctuary, right? And then you're supposed to go help other settlements that also join your system, and you don't even have enough people to send out supply lines to all these places. You don't have enough equipment to actually defend them. You are on your rear foot at the very beginning. The only way to bypass that is instead of doing that, go do other missions first, right? Get you a good bank of like the Jamaica Plains exploit. Go get you a bunch of fiber optics and some aluminum, and then go basically steal everybody's weapon and junk it and get you a couple of thousand, maybe 4,000 steel, stuff like that. Then
that's why they made it a big meme with Preston Garvey, like, oh, another settlement needs your help. There are too many.
I hate him. I hate him so much.
Where's your Ferris? Christine says, "Where's your Ferris wheel?" Hornet has a Ferris wheel.
Is that Fallout New Vegas or Fallout?
I think Fallout.
Where's the Ferris wheel?
I don't know.
If it's the Ferris wheel, I think it's either the Docks by 4 or San Francisco for Fallout 2.
76, baby.
See, that's the thing. I like the mod that makes the settlements like better, right? Like instead of building a house and having to upgrade it manually, like you build a house and it upgrades as players' needs are met, and it can have more people. Same thing with the industries and build. Like I like sim settlements is what it's called. No Ferris wheel. Lol.
Yeah, there should have been an option in 4 if you didn't want to do the settlement building to just have like a prefabricated auto build where you just bring back the supplies and it'll just build something for you.
I don't know. God, you are making me want to play Fallout.
Welcome to Sanctuary. I pretty much abandoned that entire half of the town over there. I occupy right here because this is where the supplies come and go. They walk up to right here and then turn around and leave. So if you ever want to catch them, you got to be operating over here somewhere. If you ever want to change where they're going.
See, I just do the 2 mods that like scrap everything in Sanctuary, even the shit you're not allowed to scrap, and it gives it a blank set and it puts a wall around it and then it fixes the bridge. And I also use the max area, which is like the little bar the fire marshal's warning bar that says you can't have too much. Like I literally I maximize. I have a mod that makes that like triple or quadruple for certain settlements.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
I
you
build
do need
sanctuary
those
into
like
the massive town.
I
yeah.
built a treehouse in Sanctuary one time. It was something of a nightmare because their pathfinding was really horrible. And so no one ever slept because they couldn't figure out how to get into their beds.
Or they'd sleep in your bed, and it was like the worst thing.
I mean, I took away all the beds down there. I built a treehouse, dude. Like, for real.
What annoys me is they'll steal your power armor if you leave it put
I'm
up.
walking around in it, yeah. Oh,
Let me show you right here. I am trying to get a group of fucking settlers to get into my damn power armor, and they won't do it. And the two, where is it at? Fuck, I lost it. Oh yeah, the two companions that I put in power armor, I mixed up where they were supposed to go, and I sent them somewhere else. So they left in the power armor, and when they got there, they didn't have it. So out in the map somewhere, there's a suit of Raider armor just standing around, and a suit of Mark 6 Enclave armor. But like this here, I have armor. I've got armor and armor and armor. And this ain't all of it. I've got another place where I keep a bunch of armor too. And I've got all of these equipped so that anybody can jump in and use them, because I'm headed towards the sort of early in game, I guess. And they're fixing to start attacking this place. And I put a bunch of motherfuckers over here thinking, because used to, you could walk up, like, say, well, no, he's a companion. This dude, you could walk up to him, do the I can't do the settlement thing here. Fuck. Gotta get over here. Do the settlement thing, right? And then you could point at that dude and walk over here and point at this suit of armor, and he'd go over and climb in it. No problem. He'd walk straight over there, jump in it, and he was in the armor until you told him to get out or he ran out of juice. And they don't run out of juice with settlers.
mm.
And now all he'll do is walk over here and stand behind it. And if you take a companion and you tell them to get into the power armor, they'll get into the power armor as long as he's your companion. 20% chance that they just hop the fuck out as soon as you break up with them and go with dog meat or whatever. They'll just climb out. But I had Nick Valentine, which he's running around here somewhere. Nick Valentine was in a suit of Raider power armor for like months, no problem. And then he come here, and when he showed up, his Raider armor was gone. That bastard. And I'm like, what the fuck did you do with my shit, dude? How did you lose it?
Do you know was a bit of a weak point for Fallout 4 as well? The DLC.
I don't know. I've never really played through much of the DLC.
I would say if you're gonna play it, 3 of them are like a lot of it just stuff for your settlements. Like you can get like automated factories for your settlement or vault building. The big 2 is Nuka World and Point Lookout. Nuka World is okay, but if you're playing like a character who's like morally good or doesn't want to side with the Raiders, it's a wasted DLC. But Point Lookout it's a good one, but it's like the only good one.
What's the one with the robots? Oh, the automaton?
Yeah, the automaton. I love the automaton DLC.
I want it. I've been lazy.
I also like Point Lookout.
I just got this PS5 and I was planning on getting all the updates, and then they were like, we're going to do a brand new update. And I was like, well, if I get the fucking DLCs now, I'll just have to rebuy them when they do the update. Upgrade, whatever.
So I got some videos for us to watch.
Talking about space.
What? No, not necessarily about space. He's back. What's up, Bump?
What's up? Dog Billionaire Bumpkin here. How's it going? Just to remind you that Manifest Destiny is back, baby.
Right. The Manifest Destiny 2.
Electric Boogaloo. Actually, speaking
Boogaloo.
of, speaking of, this is what apparently Trump put Cuba on notice.
Yeah. Be aware. All right. We've been needing to do this for a long time. All right.
Go ahead, Bump.
Yeah, we've been needing to do this for a long time. All right. All of the countries around us like to talk a big game until there's U.S. military at their borders or in their country stealing their president. Then suddenly, we're the war criminals. Just saying.
My wife woke up this morning, looked me straight in the face, and said, "Are we at war?" And I went, "Actually, not really. You have to have an enemy that's willing to fight." Well, basically, it's more like a DEA raid than it is a war. I mean, most of the locals in Venezuela are actually on our side, which is interesting.
You should look at. I said, "Baby, it ain't a war crime if it's done during peacetime."
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, dude. Dude, screw it. Go through every single nation. Screw it. Make them all proxies. I don't care. Like the audacity for China to roll up thinking that we weren't going to do something about that. The audacity.
Well, they demanded that we release Maduro now, and
Funny.
now we're like, all right, Fidel family, you're next.
I had a German dude last night trying to tell me that this is such a huge overstepping of U.S. bounds that it's unprecedented. And I was like, what the fuck you think happened to Noriega? Like, what do you think happened to Noriega, bro? You don't think, like, what? How about Che or Chavez? What's his name? The Bolivian?
Che Guevara.
No, not Che Guevara. I'm talking about the Coke guy.
Hugo Chavez.
Was it Hugo Chavez?
Yeah, Hugo Chavez.
Think he choked on a chicken bone?
Yeah.
I've just never been prouder to be an American. I'm not gonna lie. I want you to know Will's gay little speech from Stranger Things lasted longer than it took our military to snatch up Maduro.
Oh, I saw the meme.
Will's gay little speech in Stranger Things was 3 minutes 61 seconds. Us snatching up Maduro was 3 minutes 31 seconds.
Oh, I saw the meme where it was because the ones involved with the Maduro raid, it was the Night Stalkers, wasn't it? There was a meme where it's slapping the Russians, going, "That's how you do a special operation."
Vladimir Putin feeling real embarrassed right now, and I even like Putin, but he's like their special military operation is real special military operation.
No,
we have clusterfuck.
Here's the thing, man. It's like, okay, right. I don't understand why this keeps happening. All right. The United States can mobilize and demobilize 20,000 troops in less than 48 hours.
Brother, we have the logistics to capacity to put a fucking Burger King and a Taco Bell up in a combat zone.
In a combat zone. And you know what's crazy about it too? You know why we have such
your battle buddy a chalupa.
You know why we have such good logistics? Because we built the logistics system.
Yes.
We built it. It's ours.
Ice cream is why we have such great logistics.
Like,
do you know how bad people talk about the Japanese not surrendering, right? Those motherfuckers got morally broken when they would fucking look in their binoculars. They're eating rotten fucking rice, close as fuck to their homeland, and Americans just opening up a Klondike bar, like,
yeah, yes. Ice cream, I'm telling you, dude. When we were pulling in Japanese sailors out of the water, they expected to be treated as like they treated their POWs, but instead they were basically given a berth and told to mop some area, and then they could eat anything from the buffet they wanted. And there's this one dude, and I can't pronounce the motherfucker's name, but he's one of those itchy nose people, if you know what I mean. And he said that he realized that Japan never had a chance the very first time he saw a cafeteria on a boat, an American cafeteria where he was given 2 cheeseburgers with no questions asked, and they gave him something he had never heard of never even considered blended ice cream, chocolate and vanilla. He had choices of something that takes. Look, they didn't refrigerate their rice wine. They had to make that shit on the boat because there was no logistics capability of doing that level of energy on a boat. So cold drinks and beverages and stuff like that was completely out of the question. And ice cream was a pipe dream.
And at that point, they realized they were going to lose the war.
Yeah. No, when he said the first time he saw a black sailor sitting on his bunk eating a banana split with nuts from Brazil, ice cream from San Francisco, bananas from Hawaii, and a bowl that was made in Taiwan, he said he realized we are absolutely boned. He never had a chance. Never had a chance.
Also, talking about that war, I know we like to talk about that war a lot, you know, me and Orthodox Guy, but there is something to be said. I don't like
the
I'm
good
sorry.
guys were doomed from the start due to logistics.
Yeah, but listen, man, listen, all right. The audacity for the fucking Brit bongs. Sorry if there's any Brit bongs in the chat. Sorry that you're catching flack. But if I hear a Brit bong say one more time that America did not help them out in World War II, we were soloing Japan by ourselves, by the way, in the fucking Pacific Ocean.
Australians.
And yes, thank you to the Australians. Australians get a pass. Australians get a pass in this because Australians, I don't count them as Brit bongs.
Well, they had their own war against the emu they had to worry about. They were busy.
But listen, Australia has always been America's greatest ally, and I stand on that, okay? The Australians literally gave half of their male population for the Vietnam War. Like, Australia was the GOAT, okay? They do have a tendency to do war crimes, though. But
Australia is America's truly greatest ally.
yeah, they gave half their male population.
Them and South Korea.
They gave them,
like Australia and South Korea truly are our greatest allies if you look at it.
Yeah, they literally gave 1 million people. At that time, Australia did not have that big of a population, guys. They gave like half of their male population to our war in Vietnam. It wasn't even like a world war. Yeah,
well,
Australia.
When America went to war with Japan, a lot of Australians were like, "Yeah, I'm going to go over there to rob them out."
Yeah, dude, like Australians, dude. Australia needs to be our new Texas, man. I'm telling you, we need to give them.
Australians are the, you know, if you ever look at like the story with Gallipoli with the Australians and that, they fought tooth and nail. They are hard bastards.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a song. There's an old Australian folk song about a guy. I think it was in World War I named Robert something, and his story is absolutely epic. It reads like the Odyssey, and both the biography done by it was like the Turkish government or some shit wanted to know what his story really was, or maybe a random journalist just decided to check it out. But anyway, his story is absurd because he basically at 14 signs up for service for the First World War. They wouldn't accept him, but they did accept him as like a color guard or some crap where he could run around. And then he went to a different base and lied about who he was and became some other dude named Robert. I almost said it. And he was 16 when he was 14, and they let him actually join the unit. And he went through basic, and then they found out he was only, 15 at this point. And they're like, look, dude, you can't go to war. And he's like, okay. But they were deploying like the next day. So he swapped his ship for his neighbor's shit and went and jumped on the damn ship and hauled ass to war. From that point forward, homeboy never makes it to the fucking destination on the same ship he left on.
Yep.
And every single time he is either taken prisoner by the locals, taken prisoner by the Germans, taken prisoner by the I think maybe Italians. But he spent almost the entire war in some sort of prison camp or another with no one ever actually fully identifying him. And then eventually, when at the end of the war, when they turned out the prison camp, he got loose, stole an Australian uniform that was the right rank of him and snuck his way back into the ranks to fight a single battle, right? Which was like the fucking Somme or some shit. I can't remember what it was. It was
Gallipoli.
Something like that. It was a bad one. It was a really, really bad one. And they found something in the battlefield wreckage that was definitely his. And they marked him down as dead. And they had a funeral and all that shit and the whole damn thing. And what really happened is he got knocked out and carried off the battlefield, was in a coma for 5 days, woke up, realized nobody knew who he was, and left, went and worked his way on a tramp steamer back to Australia, comes walking into town to see a statue of himself standing in the middle of it. It's a wild tale. Wild.
Also, like, listen, man, I'm obviously not the biggest fan.
Brother really.
Yeah, brother went to war. Brother had a life.
Brother not only went to war, brother went to war to go to war.
Yeah, he went to war to go to war.
He pretended to be two different people in order to fight one battle.
That's wild. But listen, we have to give Trump credit where credit's due, okay? We talk shit about him a lot, all right? Another thing that people are not talking about for some reason is, and someone can fact check me on this, but I did read something where Trump has pretty much given orders to the CIA to start running psyops in Europe to start promoting nationalist movements.
Oh, that's going to be great. Wait till Germany finds out.
Germany's like, oh, we doing it again? We doing it again?
Yeah. So the United States is fully on board with a nationalist Europe. That is unheard of. All right. So we got to give credence where credence is due. All right. That is amazing. That is an amazing play.
All right. We trusted the plan, boys. We trusted the plan, boys.
Like, we got to give credence where credence is due. Okay. Yes. Is Trump really lax on Israel? Yes. Do we hate that? Absolutely. But on the flip side, though, would all of Europe have nationalist governments in the next 20 years? Because the CIA really works in like 20 years. You know what I mean? So if we get another president after Trump that stays consistent with that, we could see nationalist governments within Europe in 20 years.
I'm not sure I like that. Fortress Europa already stands. What are we supposed to do about that? Why are you laughing? That wasn't a joke, bro. Was my question. I stand on that question. Look, I remember looking at the maps, dude. I was a huge early 20th century fan because of all the action and adventure and the wonderful stories, right? History is bomb as hell, especially when there's bombs. Do you realize a tank is actually a dragon if you look at it from the right perspective?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
is it a dragon or is it a very underdeveloped mech?
Well, would you be able to
column A, a little bit of column B? It depends on your spatial time preference.
Would you be able to explain the difference to an Aboriginal fucking guy from Borneo who's never heard of either?
No.
You tell him
but also they wouldn't understand the language we were speaking. So,
well, let's assume you speak his language and you tried to explain to him what a tank was. You'd have to tell him that it was like a giant lizard made of metal that breathes fire and explodes things, and that guys get inside it and ride it around and kill stuff.
So someone sent me the link to what Bumpkin is talking about. So let's see here. This is from Politico. Trump's plan to bolster Europe's nationalists. Let me see. To bolster Europe's nationalists is already underway. The U.S. administration vowed in its recent national security strategy to boost patriotic European parties to the detriment of the EU.
Yeah.
Based. It's so beautiful. Berlin, U.S. President Donald Trump plans to restore European greatness by bolstering the continent's nationalist parties is already being put into action. Trump administration officials and European far-right leaders from Paris to Washington have taken part in a flurry of meetings in days since the release of U.S. national security strategy, underscoring the U.S. president's desire to bolster patriotic European parties is not an abstract vision, but rather a manual for change that is being pursued from the ground up. You know what? Be Brave might actually be right. The global corporate machine is just pulling theater. I laugh, but I'm being serious. This is so strange. I'm not unhappy about it, but it's strange to me.
I would say though, although it might be strange,
I just read that second paragraph on the screen, bro. Oh my lord.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
No, it's all right. But yeah, I was going to say, I know it is strange, yeah, but I do think we do need a big boost of like nationalism and patriotism.
Well, it's literally our fault why you guys in Europe don't have patriotism. Why y'all do have this liberal gay empire. We've literally been psyoping you guys for like 4 decades. No, I'm sorry,
it's not just us.
Now?
You can't take all the credit. Yuri Bezmenov explained exactly how that shit was going to work out. He was absolutely on point.
But last week, U.S. Undersecretary of State Sarah Rogers met with far-right Alternative for Germany, a party politician, Marquitz Forminer, in Washington. Forminer said the two discussed the recently released national security strategy, which asserted that Europe faces civilizational erasure due to migration and the loss of national identity, a message that AfD politicians embrace. Washington is looking for a strong German partner. Well, you had one of those. Who was willing to take a responsibility. Formatter wrote in the online post following the meeting, Germany should reestablish its... Germany should reestablish itself as a capable and leading power through a decisive shift in migration policy and independent organization of European security.
Right.
All I'm saying is.
Ooh, that's neat.
That is neat.
All I'm saying is we had a third back, why not a fourth?
Look. I'm just saying, 4th time's the charm, you know? We had the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd. Now we're getting the 4th.
And it's backed by America this time.
As it should have been. All things are right and eventually. It now has the oil and manufacturing base.
Right. Well, do you know what? Do you know why, like, with Japan, it's like such an advanced country and it's like leading the way in a lot of stuff? That is because of the backing of America. After the war, when America set foot and said, here's how we're going to run things, that's why Japan is this largely advanced nation, because America was directing them and telling them what to do.
Largely, yeah, because we rebuilt them and reindustrialized them.
Well, they were semi-industrialized to begin with. They were technically an industrial nation, but they weren't Chicago. Chicago by its fucking self had a larger industrial footprint than mainland Japan. That's why Japan was like taking on China the way it was.
Well, their engineering processes too were too pragmatic, right? They were so pragmatic it didn't lead to innovation or new thought, right? Their box magazine consisted of, we have a bunch of stripper clips, let's just stack these stripper clips on top of each other and let it fall in, and then shift it to the side slightly, and that'll give us a 30-round magazine, you know?
That's horrible. That is so bad.
Yeah.
What was those?
Yeah, have you ever
blew up the Nanking grenade or whatever it was called?
Oh, the fuck! If you wouldn't ask me about the
those things suck. I also had one. I got to hold one of those.
It's not the Nagant that's Russian. The Nambu type 98 Nambu, I think it is.
Fucking dude, I sat down and with my uncle. We pulled the thing apart. He showed me what the problem with it was, and basically, it was almost entirely due to military involvement in the production process. They changed their mind on the specific caliber after it went into production, right? And so the bullets that the military were making weren't actually the same caliber perfect to the bullets it was designed to receive. And then you take that and combine it with the kind of not grade A manufacturing capability they had, and it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's the Type 94, not the Type 98. But the Type 94, I misspoke on that. The Type 94, right? In the beginning of the war, they were grade A pistols. They were like Lugers, right? They were awesome. But halfway through the war, like Japan, like this become a last ditch gun for the Axis before Japan like started manufacturing last ditch guns. Like the Nambu, its production got shaved off like before there was a need to, just because they really didn't care about the pistols. Like I don't care what version of an Arisaka I get, I want an Arisaka. They're very beautiful rifles. I wouldn't mind having a Nambu pistol, but I would never shoot it.
Yeah, I felt the same way about one of the slimline Makarovs.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't give a damn what it took to get one. I was gonna have one.
Well, the Makarovs are great guns, though.
They are. Oh, dude, my favorite thing about Makarov is the way the safety functions on it. It actually has a hammer plate, right? And when you engage the safety, it literally drops the hammer on the back of the shell.
Yeah, the safety plate's like no.
Yeah,
not in my house. No.
Hammer fall on safety, not other way around.
But former was about 20 AFD politicians who traveled to Washington and New York last week to meet with sympathizers and Trump administration officials. AFD leaders have increasingly sought to forge links with MAGA Republicans, viewing Trump administration backing as a way to secure domestic legitimacy and end their political ostracization. Frommer, the deputy chair of AFD's preliminary group, was also an honored guest at an annual gala of the New York Republicans Club on Saturday. The New York City-based group has publicly backed the AFD, declaring AFD über alles, AFD above all, an adaptation of nationalist phrase associated with Germany's Nazi past. The alliance between America and German patriots is the nightmare of liberal elites and is the hope of the free world, Freimeiner said in a speech during the event. The recent meetings are a continuation of ongoing outreach efforts between Trump's Make America Great Again movement, ideological alignment, European parties. British Reform leader Nigel Farage, a longtime Trump ally, stopped off at the Oval Office during a U.S. visit in September and November. Trump political advisor Alex Burowitz met with AFD leaders in Berlin, where he proclaimed that MAGA movement in the U.S. had a common cause with the German party. So we'll leave it at that. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. Oh, Lord.
You know what? It might be faster than 20 years.
Oh no, I was gonna tell you, like, this is probably so with the natural growth of nationalism in Europe right now.
Yep.
And you can vouch when me, you, and everybody was sitting down talking about it. Have I ever really been wrong? I may not have been 100% right, but my time periods were always correct. I would say you're looking at anywhere from 3 to 6 years. And you're either going to see a bunch of problems started because they won't listen to the people, or you're going to see nationalist governments.
A bunch of problems started because they won't listen to the people, or a bunch of problems started because they do.
Either
way.
And I would say what this leads into, and it's going to lead into this, what you're going to see, because there has been so much mass migration into Europe. How much you want to bet ICE is going to help out? How much you want to bet there's going to be ICE deployments to Europe when they start deporting these people from Europe? How much you want to bet, dude?
That's crazy. Well, I mean, it's a federal department, so it's completely.
It's a federal department, so it's completely possible. And also, I mean, they haven't done mass migration, so they haven't done mass deportation to Europe in decades. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was a whole thing the last time they tried to do.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, the only country that's like really is like with that is Poland, where when they start having some like border troubles with migrants, they were the first one thing. It was like, right, if you come near the border, you're getting shot.
Yeah.
Well, let's watch the press conference where Trump puts Cuba on notice. We'll get everybody's opinion on that.
Right now, Venezuela dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife remain in New York City prison, indicted on narco-terrorism charges.
All right, brother just said the name of his mistress. He was like,
follows a daring capture by U.S. Special Forces that was months in the making, involving CIA intel on the ground in Venezuela for months, and ultimately to Special Forces.
GOP Senator Rick Scott sits on the Foreign Relations and Armed Services Committee, joining us now. And Senator, it's worth noting that you have led on calls for removing Maduro for years before any other politician was really talking about it. As best I can remember, you were in Miami with Venezuelan Americans yesterday. Tell us this morning your thoughts.
Joe, cool, Josh, y'all can hit the panel if you want. I want to get y'all's take on this and the nationalist thing that we just read on about Europe.
Well, when I got the call yesterday morning at 4:30 in the morning from Marco Rubio, I was excited. I mean, this has been a lot of work by a lot of people to keep the issue alive and make sure everybody understands exactly who Maduro was, an evil drug trafficker that destroyed the lives of so many Venezuelans and so many Americans. So my heart goes out to everybody that's put their effort into this. I want to thank President Trump, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth for what an unbelievable operation this was, that had the guts to do it, because so many people didn't have the guts to do this. I want to thank and big shout out to Maria Corina Machado. I mean, this lady has put her life on the line for years. Maduro wanted to kill her, and she fought and fought and fought. And so now it's, we've got to bring it to a transition till we get liberty and freedom. I'm confident that Marco Rubio's got a plan. We talked about it. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of bad people that are in power down there still. But I believe good will prevail, and we will get freedom and liberty and for the Venezuelans.
Can I just follow up on that? Does that involve the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez? Because she obviously seemed to be on board at the press conference, what we learned from the president.
Welcome to the show, Josh.
But then yet yesterday, she spent the afternoon on social media condemning the attack, demanding Maduro be freed.
I can't imagine that anybody that's part of the inner circle of Maduro will be in power. They had an election. Maduro's not the president of Venezuela. They had an election. Armando Gonzalez won. Maria Corina Machado would have won, but Maduro wouldn't let her on the ballot. I'm optimistic. I don't think it's going to be easy. There's been a lot of bad people. These cartels have destroyed this country. So there's a lot of bad people still around in Venezuela. It's going to take a lot of work. But I can tell you what, the Venezuelan people, they want change. They voted for change. And I think there's a lot of wonderful Venezuelans that want to go home and rebuild this great country. I was there before Chavez, and it's a beautiful place with wonderful people, and they have so much in natural resources. So I'm up.
How old is brother if he was there before Chavez? Like Chavez, I have to look this up real quick.
There should be parentheses. There should be
Chavez.
There should be hyphens around temporary control. It's not going to be that temporary. Gas mask. If you can't, and then he made a comment in the chat. If you can't decipher from the facts and what is quote unquote slop, then I don't know what to tell you, man.
Well, Josh was sitting here all like yesterday, like, we can't take over Venezuela. We can't annex Venezuela. I'm like, not with that attitude, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
All you need is the right attitude when you approach warfare, and everything works out.
We are the modern Rome. We are the modern Rome.
We can annex Venezuela. We absolutely should not.
Oh,
Is
why
it
not?
because they're brown? Sorry.
Because we don't want 3 or 4 generations worth of fucking socialists being added to the current population.
Oh, no. They don't get to vote, sir. It will be their grandchildren that get citizenship.
If that.
I mean, that's kind of how Rome did it. You had to live in the land for fucking I
Yeah.
think 2 generations, like, and be faithful to the fucking empire too. Like, your son can fuck it up for all of you.
Shout out to the social nationalists on the panel. You know how long it takes to fucking unindoctrinate that shit out of a fucking a community of people?
I
That
feel
shit
like
don't just go away.
Josh is really taking shots at me. So excuse me. Let me just Lee Harvey Oswald some motherfuckers real quick.
I'm trying to.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! The thumb shot. They're gone. What happened to them? No, man.
That shit really does not go away. That is a mindset that is man.
You are not allowed to talk shit on me for being a National Socialist. You married into communism. Calm down, sir.
Oh yeah, that's right.
down.
That's right. You have a communist Asian wife. What are we talking about right now?
Your mama.
But I'm not gonna let her fucking vote, man. What are you talking?
You can't stop
But it
her.
doesn't matter if they vote if you're a communist sympathizer. Doesn't matter.
And how much more of a sympathizer can you be?
Then marry me? Sure.
You might as well have married communism. Look at you.
Yes, Mao Zedong. I will do whatever you ask as long as you give me my Asian wife.
Just like see, Bumpkin, everybody used to give me shit for liking Asian chicks, and now I get it. Now I get it. It's fun.
I love it.
I'm very optimistic that we're going to have another great ally that's got a lot of natural.
Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba.
When the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men. If I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned.
What is Cuba thinking right now?
We're going to see freedom and liberty in Cuba. I mean, Cuba is a failed state. The people of Cuba do not like Diaz-Canel. They don't like their government. It's all propped up with the oil from Venezuela. So Cuba's been the root of evil. So if you look at this is an unbelievable opportunity. When Trump finishes this term, I think all across Latin America we're going to see freedom and liberty. We're going to have a new president in Colombia next year, and I think the right thing will happen there. I think Diaz-Canel will be gone. So I'm excited for all my friends that have fought all these years for freedom and liberty, and they have a job that needed to be done, and this president has been willing to do it. So
that is fucking beautiful. Oh yeah, no, Cuba could totally use some freedom and democracy.
Oh my god, dude, Helldivers vibes, bro. Jesus.
Manage democracy.
Yeah. It looks like you need some democracy and just fucking
some liberty.
Briefed on the Venezuela mission this week, starting today. Joining me now is Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Tom Cotton. Sir, thank you for being Venezuela. Take a listen.
So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish.
Whatever form that governance takes in the future, is it really, sir, in Americans' best interest to have our president, our executive branch taking on the running of a sovereign, independent nation, especially considering the challenges we face at home?
Well, ultimately, the future of Venezuela is going to be in the hands of Venezuelans. President Trump's made clear what our demands are, what our policy goals are. They're the same today as they were before Maduro left. Stop the drug trafficking, stop the weapon and human trafficking, kicking out the Cubans, the Iranians, Hezbollah, other Islamic radicals, and work with the United States and our partners in Latin America to restore stability and order.
So
South America is our Germany for Rome, okay?
To be completely clear, to the person who called me a faggot and flicked me off, what is wrong with kicking out Hezbollah and terrorists from your backyard? Right? From you can see the logistics points where human traffickers get people and drugs, and you can see the drop-off points. If you've ever studied this, or you paid attention. You can see this, and it creates complete corridors where terrorists can file in, and 9/11 was an inside job. Oh, the terrorists are red. Blah, 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 blah. Like even allowing these human trafficking corridors, even if everything you believe about fucking false flags is true, you allow them to create the narrative by allowing these human trafficking corridors to exist. Shut them the fuck down, and then they won't be able to false flag.
Well, the thing is, as well, is that we've started to see in the past 5 years a lot of terrorist organizations that are using the cartels to smuggle their people into the US to commit attacks.
Yeah. And well, no, the thing is, we live too comfortably in this country. The fact that I have to argue with people about potential threats should show you that. The fact that people don't want to take the necessary precautions to end a threat before it happens. So
yeah, when you have to,
I have
it's
no sympathy or
preemptive.
care anymore. Good.
I'm about to join my part, dude. I'm telling you.
I was thinking about it, bro. They've emailed the shit out of me.
They keep emailing me. They're like, please join. And I'm like, dude.
I've told them. I've told some of the people that sent me that like reply like, I'm fat. They're like, we don't care.
We'll make you not fat. They legitimately will be like, we'll make you not fat. I'm like, oh my god.
I'm like, I don't know, that 50,000 sign-on bonus sounds nice.
like legitimately, and it's federal, so they have really good insurance. They'd probably just be like, bro, just get Ozempic, you'll be fine.
Who's not recruiting for ICE? Like 90%, like if you're looking for a job right now, 90% of job boards,
it's all ICE.
Yeah, it's all ICE. And then if you even fucking click on it or show interest, ICE will start fucking emailing you.
Yeah. I get emails from ICE daily, especially with my track record with my employment, being a CEO and all that. The fact that I know use of force policies, I know how to, obviously use handcuffs, stuff like that, restraints. I can do transports. I'm already federally qualified to transport inmates with a firearm. So they look at me and they're like, holy fuck, we want that guy. You know what I mean? That's a great recruit. But the problem is I'm about to have a kid and they want to ship me off somewhere where, they would need me more, like California or fucking, you know what I mean? And I don't want to do that. I don't want to.
That's another thing. They told me that you'd have to go to Texas, Arizona, California, New Mexico.
Yeah.
So. Yeah,
because they actually send you to like a boot camp sort of thing. They make you get trained.
Which I mean, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it, but like I don't know. Terrorism is too loose of a justification, but it's not just terrorism. It's organized crime. It's busting out organized crime economics. It's destroying their logistics, and that's like the entire point of war. Our battles fought in war. Like people who don't want this are either addicts, dealers, or fucking libertarians. And all I have to ask is to the libertarians, how does this affect you personally? How does it affect you personally? Like, oh, bro, like I'm salty right now. Like all the people who tell me that, how does it affect you personally, really be up in arms about shit, and I'm just sitting here like, cry about it.
Caucasians playing Fallout 4.
Yep, I have the exploding legendary sniper rifle.
Nice.
And I have the all but one of the little bonuses for the explosion stuff. So this thing is like a walking tank. I don't even use power armor. Screw that. I don't need it. This thing does 25 points of damage to anybody in range of the blast where the bullet hit. So I can just shoot the wall next to him.
That brother got splash damage.
Damn right.
And joining us now is Guillermo Zubiaga. He's the Senior Director of Public Policy Programs at ASCOA, the America Society Council of the Americas. He's a native Venezuelan and heads the organization's Venezuela Working.
That's a white
Guillermo,
man.
Thank you for joining me. Now, I got to ask you, when were you last in Venezuela? And what was your reaction to the U.S. capturing Maduro?
I have not been able to go back because I have fear for, I'm also a U.S. citizen. And as you may know, Maduro has taken a lot of U.S. citizens to use them as token. And I've been critical, of course, of the regime in the past year. So I have not been going back recently. So, you know, the reactions to this, of course, like many Venezuelans, we are glad that he's facing justice. Of course, there are many questions that remain, especially for us who have been concerned about the humanitarian crisis that currently is taking place in the country in terms of health, education, and of course, basic economic services and growth.
Now, what are you hearing from other members of the Venezuelan community right now?
What's up, Sunrise?
Well, I have to say that they're happy. Many Venezuelans who are here had to flee their country, not by choice, but by need. During the majority, when we receive a lot of Venezuelans here in New York, I heard of stories that they just came here because they couldn't afford medicine like an asthma pump or all kinds of, or they were subject to beatings.
Yeah, I don't buy that. They just come here because they couldn't afford, but somehow they could afford a ticket. That's crazy. Now they can go back and with American aid rebuild their country.
Right. The thing about Venezuela though is people were genuinely starving, and it's not even like a North Korea situation where they live on like a giant rock and they can't farm anything, and they're cut off from trade from the rest of the world. It wasn't even communist policy. Like that. It was literally just bad policy. It was bad policy and being evil. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I really don't have sympathy at all. It's like it was bad policy, and they were just evil. Like, there's no way around it. And that's why everyone celebrated when they captured him, because he was a bad person. He was a terrible person.
No, he was legitimately evil.
like legitimately evil. And he also had balls to tell the United States of America to come get me. Here's my location. And expected us to not pull up. Like, what is that about? What did you expect? It's like he wanted to be caught.
Bro, if there is an aircraft carrier parked out off the coast of your fucking country and you're just like swinging your dick in the air, I have no sympathy for this. Stupid motherfucker should have been living in the bunker.
There's an old bit of an old clip, and it's been transcribed, where there was, I think it was like 2-3 years ago, there was some protest going on, and Maduro gave the order to his like riot police to run over people. And there's a few videos of that where they've just been told, just charge them in the armored cars and run them over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the man is evil, you know.
I think I'm a little bit concerned about rebuilding their agriculture industry. It kind of it shrank like, I want to say like in the last 8 years, it shrank like 75%. Those food shortages, fuck, Bumpkin's not like, he's really not exaggerating. Like it just literally almost dried up and disappeared. Rebuilding that is a lot easier said than done.
No, for
sure. If you went over there with a pack of toilet paper and some noodles, you'd be the richest man in Venezuela.
Fuck toilet paper, right? Just getting like fucking agriculture seeding over in that direction is problematic. Just in the fact that you're like, let's just say like, imagine like a map, right? Like a garden, right? And 75% of it's gone, right? So there's food shortages are mostly like they're relying on imports, right? But now your idea is that you want to rebuild this up. So let's just say you start distributing out seeds, right? You probably end up having to redistribute land. You're going to piss people off. You're going to just pretty much every part of it's going to be an uphill battle. On top of that, then you're going to have, because you have existing shortages, you're going to have like internal fighting that's going to go on. People are going to basically be trying to they're going to replicate what they know to do to survive. So now you have to have some type of policing system in there on farmers, right? It's just dirty, nasty work that ain't going to be polite, ain't going to be nice, and heads got to get cracked just to grow some fucking corn.
Yeah,
I like it. It's really easier said than done, and this is going to be a nightmare.
Josh, this is for the greater empire, Josh. You have to understand this is for the greatest empire. I've said this for years, and my point stands, all right? Every empire, and that's what the United States is as an empire. Don't get it twisted, okay? Every empire has its explosion point, all right? It has its no turning back point, all right? For Rome, it was Caesar. Caesar led into the empires, right? Trump is America's Caesar. I've said this time and time again. As much as I don't like that, as much as I don't like Trump as a person, I don't like a lot of his policies, right? He is America's Caesar. He is going to lead America into a different age. We see that the age of neoliberalism is dead. It's dead and gone. This is the age of populism. He's leading us into that.
Yeah, no matter what the final blow to that is, like the age of neoliberalism being dead is a positive for
yes,
like for
absolute
humanity
positive.
in general.
Right. Sorry to just jump in one again. Orthodox, I'm gonna jump off now, but I'll throw a super chat your way in the chat.
Appreciate it, Berowitz. Thank you for coming up.
You're
It's always
welcome.
good to have you. You're
Thank
always
you,
welcome
Chief.
to come up and come back if you want.
I will do, Chief. But listen, I hope you have a great evening, and to everyone else, I hope you have the same as well. So take care, everyone, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, before you leave, is that a Highland accent? Oh, it's a Highland accent. I knew it. Okay. I'm autistic. Anyways.
You're autistic? That's funny.
I am autistic, yeah. I'm so autistic I can look at someone and I can tell where they're at, where they're from, roughly from the part of the world.
That's not autism.
Yeah, I can tell a Ugandan man from just looking at the Ugandan man.
Oh man.
Same with Somalians. Yeah, same with Germans. It's more difficult.
I'm waiting for you to say they're brown. I'm waiting.
It's more difficult to do like Germans and like UK because they come from the same genetic pool. But you can definitely tell that there's a distinct genetic difference between, let's say, Ugandans and Somalians, you know, even though they're roughly from the same area of the world-ish.
The hell's going on here? I leave for 2 seconds for a cheeseburger and I come back and Caucasian Sasquatch is on a white supremacy channel. The fuck happened while I was gone?
What do you mean a white supremacy panel? Genetics exist.
Yeah, fuck you, would you do?
That's racist.
Genetics exist. That's racist. I'm going to jail. Fuck!
Yeah, we're all fucked. Actually, I got to go pre-show. Y'all be cool. Don't let the man get you down.
Have a good one, Sasquatch. Berowitz says, thanks, Chief. Thank you for coming up, good friend.
Thank you. Cheers, buddy. Is he from the UK?
I believe so. That's why when I have some of my UK people on, like Berowitz, Craig, and Vanta, I try to tone it down on what I say so they don't catch a problem.
Yeah. I feel like I toned it down pretty good, right?
Well, you're not. I'm much more radical and say, and
Yeah.
I'm much more angry. I have to tone it down, not only for my channel, but also for the homies overseas.
That's fair. Yeah, you're right. You are much more radical. And I'm just loving it. I woke up today and
It's
I'm
just
like,
innocent.
it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day today.
I love the Republic.
I love democracy. I love the Republic. It's an amazing, amazing day. I mean, I woke up today and I'm partially sick, and it was still an amazing day.
True.
I still have to go to work though, so
tragic.
yeah, that's bills and life to me right there. Come here. The empire will live. The empire will live. The TikTok edits are just crazy from the situation too, man. Just crazy.
Oh man, what are there any new My Little Dark Age edits?
I'm sure they're gonna come out, but I did see a TikTok edit where it's like how the U.S. was moving against Venezuela, and it showed like it was like a Star Wars edit of not the Death Star, but what's one of the big ships called again?
The Star Destroyer.
Yeah, it was like showed a Star Destroyer just like wiping out an entire rebel fleet.
That's funny. Oh man. America is wiping out communist regimes. What's happening?
America. Yeah, I too also wear a helmet without playing football. That's funny. AOL or AAL. That's funny. Dude, I woke up today. America's toppling communist regimes. America is supporting nationalist movements in Europe. America just got a big paycheck because Trump said that oil is now ours. There's nothing you can do about it. Base take. The basest take I've seen. All right. He's like, what do you get? The audacity of a reporter to be like, what are you going to do with that oil? And expect Trump not to say, it's ours now. You knew what the answer to that question was. Why ask it?
The only thing I don't like about that is every hippie, sovereign citizen, libertarian retard is now going to throw the oil argument like that's a big got you. Because every point in war, yeah, I hate to tell you, skeptic, atheist, the religion is not the cause for every war. It's living space and resources and money. So
Lebensraum?
Lebensraum, yeah. Yeah.
I need some more coffee. But yeah, no. I'm sure Laban's from, yeah. I can't believe AFD's fucking thing is AFD Uber Alice. I didn't actually know that. That's wild. Imagine their committee that okayed that.
Well, you do realize that, and the reason that I've kind of tempered on talking about Israel is like you do know that their nationalist party dates back to the ones that wanted to leave Germany to start Israel, right?
Yeah.
So like when you're dealing with like actual Israeli nationalists,
yeah, I know.
Yeah, like I have no issue with them because I met one when I was in Job Corps, and we got along swimmingly. And like he wanted everybody of that descent to go to Israel, like go home immediately.
No, and here's the thing, right? That's a constant. That's been a constant fight. That's been a constant fight in our sphere or our sphere of politics. Was the people that because it's kind of like, okay, if deportations would to happen again, we're in a precipice right now where there's actually a homeland for these people to go back to. You know what I mean? There's actually a shipping place. Before there was
also a
not.
large percentage of them that also want to go home and can't afford it,
right?
And because like it being optional means that, and for those of you who don't know, moving countries is extremely expensive.
Absolutely. I mean, I
So-
would never know because I've never thought about leaving the United States. I was born in this land. My ancestors were born in this land.
I talked to this guy, and this was back in 2013. Him moving his family, like his and all of his family were like militant Jewish people of like actual like Ashkenazi descent, right? Like for him to move his mom, his dad, him, and his brothers would have been like $150,000.
Yeah.
So like he wound up
that's
going to
US.
Job Corps to get a trade to get it to Well, he wound up going to Job Corps to get a trade to start making the money and be able to qualify for programs that lets him get his family over there because he can contribute to the country at that point. Like if you actually learn from what you this is my this is my argument to the rabbit hate them because they breathe sect. As long as you're not Satanist, I don't hate you. But learn from your so-called enemy. Don't be so ignorant and stupid that you can't actually learn good things. Because Israel doesn't allow you, even if you're Jewish in the country, unless you can contribute. So, just putting that out there. And like that's the biggest thing that has like hurt me with white nationalist people is I'd be like, yeah, not all white people deserve saving. Not all white people are good. We need to have some introspective. And they would be like, Ray, you're a piece of shit. You're a race traitor. I'm like, no, like I'm like, there are also good non-white people. That would make them even. You remember that? That made them the most angry.
Right.
But
now
I don't know.
Now we're gonna see a real split here, okay? This is really gonna split the autists out of the movement.
No, I think the split's beneficial. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, the split's been very official, but like, one second, I gotta plug in my headphones. Because with this Trump supporting nationalism thing, right, in Europe, that Israeli split, that Israeli question split is gonna be even more apparent. Because all the European nationalists are not gonna give a shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to care. They just got backing from the biggest empire. They're about to get backing from the biggest empire on this planet. This is like the biggest payday. This is like hitting the Powerball.
$1 billion lottery.
Yeah, it's like hitting the Powerball. You know what I mean? Like all of their hopes and dreams. Like it's still going to be work.
Well,
you know what I mean? But like
if the Congress is allowing this to go through, and I know people are going to say Congress can't do shit, but there's plenty that they can do to block it. If they're allowing this to go through, that means this is signaling a change in foreign and domestic political policy.
Yes,
people don't know that. People don't seem to get that right now, because the whole reason that all these little leftists like Radical Coder and all these people get their little pussies wet at the fucking the thought of being a white savior is because they've been indoctrinated by propaganda for 40 fucking years. And who funds that propaganda? The intelligence agencies.
Yep.
If they're going to be propping up nationalism in Europe, they're going to be doubling down on it in the US.
Yes.
So that means unless all of these international people, and I'm not just talking about the U's or the small hats, I'm talking about all the commie traders, unless they're going to waste their fortunes pushing this shit, which they won't. At the end of the day, they're not communists, they're not leftists, they're just telling poor people what they want to hear. That means that they're going to start pushing nationalism, and that's going to be awesome. Drink your milk. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is epic, though.
Ike is my favorite whitest black man.
Ike is awesome. But
yeah, no, absolutely.
That's gonna be amazing.
It's winning. Yeah, I mean, Denizen, what's your opinion on this?
Well, OG already knows what I'm going to say.
Cops are bad? I'm joking. Sorry, go ahead.
I lived this already with Noriega. It's same playbook. It's just media fodder. You're not going to see some nationalistic revolution. It may reignite the Cold War, because I noticed Trump takes a lot out of Reagan's playbook.
Okay. So you essentially think it's a nothing burger.
Yeah,
That's not
economic pressures are going to be more influential than the Trump presidency over the next 8 years. So I see either shit's going to get a lot worse economically for us and the middle class is just going to fall through the bottom, or there's going to be more cooperation among nations than there has been in the last 4 to 10 years.
But so you don't hold any credence to talks between Trump admin officials and AFD as any solidly evidence of a nothing burger in that regard.
I think it could push Zelensky to the table, and we could see, there's be a significant global impact if we end that. What's the word I'm looking for?
The word is special
Conflict.
military operation.
Yeah, if we end the conflict in Russia, again, I think that would lead to more Russian cooperation.
Well, the thing is, right? I don't know if you heard the other part we were talking about. The main thing me and Bumpkin are referencing is Trump and the State Department, and what I'm assuming is Congress has given the okay for the CIA to start pushing nationalist ops and agenda in Europe. Like, instead of doing liberal psyops to push the neoliberalism, they're now pushing a nationalist agenda.
Yeah, I lived through this already. I saw it coming too when what's his name was elected in Argentina. It's like, if you're Maduro and Milei gets elected in Argentina, you gotta watch your back because shit's going down. That's basically the CIA signaling to this side of the hemisphere that we're coming for you.
Yeah, get your shit back. It's time for the Cold
Right.
War too.
Open up
Which
your
is
markets.
happening.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Denny.
Oh, yeah. Open up your markets. Don't think about nationalizing your oil and get with the program.
Which, I mean, as far as it's Monroe Doctrine and it's the Western Hemisphere, right? Longitudinal wise, right? Or I get, yeah. I'm okay with. If it's North and South America, the Caribbean, and parts of the Pacific, I'm completely okay with. That's our backyard. We have to have that shit on a lockdown. Right? But the rest of the world, people are like, that's half the planet. Yeah, of course. We're a massive fucking country.
And right now, the biggest threat to the United States, in my opinion, aside from all of our domestic issues, which far outweigh any foreign concern, and this makes sense too because it's kind of conflation between the two, is India. Not China, not Russia, not any of the boogeymen. Definitely not fucking Venezuela. Trump didn't do fuck all to the Sinaloa cartel, which still controls a majority of Mexico. So, but the Indians are the ones that we need to look out for. They're going to take over our country without firing a single shot.
They're much worse than APAC, India Pac, or fucking IN Pac, or whatever they call it. Is much more aggressive. And no, to my broskies out there, I did not get the $7,000. If I fucking wish. it's just a fact.
Oh, they're saying that you're gonna get $7,000 from the state of Israel. is that,
I'm assuming this was going to happen because United States India Political Action Committee, or IPAC, India's APAC, right?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find the website on it. Here it is. Oh, it's a slow, shitty, buggy website. Go figure. This is crazy. It's still loading, everybody. I'm sorry. No, I don't want the actual. See, that's the problem when you're looking for all these packs. It's really hard to find them. Let's see real quick. I am trying to find a website for India Pack or IPAC. It's just fucking wild to me that we allow and just like APAC, it's not registered as a foreign agent, by the way.
Oh my lord! Hold on, I'll show you guys this real fast. I also got to share system audio, but
Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace and strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back.
what the fuck?
What did I miss?
I was Googling things.
Did you hear the audio?
Yeah.
America's back.
America is back.
This is America first. We're badass. Fuck Venezuela.
Yeah, fuck Venezuela, dude.
That's crazy. I can't find the actual website for U.S. Impact.
So says, yeah. Oh my God, here comes not laws. So says Hegath, who is a drunk woman abuser, white nationalist joke. Calm down, Canadian. You're fucking next. Sorry.
Yeah, you talking a lot of shit for somebody within liberation distance.
Fuck America. Well, you're about to become. We took a president in 2 hours.
No. We took a president in 3 hours and 31 seconds, or 3 minutes and 31 seconds.
3 minutes, 31 seconds.
Dude,
Will's gay little speech in Stranger Things lasted longer than it took to get Maduro. Go ahead, Dennison.
It's like kidnapping the owner of your local dry cleaning store. It's not that big of a deal.
I mean, for me to pull off in 3 minutes and 32 seconds, it is. For the U.S. government, no.
Dude, amazing.
I just think that this is awesome, personally. And did y'all hear that the tax-free suppressor, like you no longer have to have a you no longer have to pay for the tax stamp. You still have to have a tax stamp, but you no longer have to pay the $200 fee. You still got to do the paperwork for, and I believe it's just suppressors, but it may be all NFA items. I'm not sure. Which is pretty fucking based, personally.
Dude, the Goon Squad. I feel like everyone that's ever been. Do you know the like what the Goon Squad is?
Yeah.
Yeah, just explain it. So every place or every place that has like a military structure, okay, be it CO, be it police department, be it SO, sheriff's office, be it military, actual military, or federal agencies like ICE, Border Patrol, all of them. There's always a select few individuals that are referred to as like the Goon Squad because they are always doing outlandish shit at ridiculous times of night. You know what I mean? Like random 3 a.m. cell extraction, or we're gonna bust down 18 doors on this specific street. You know what I mean? Like ridiculous stuff. I just feel
we call
like
them the Goon Platoon where I'm
yeah,
from.
the Goon Platoon. Yeah, we call them Goon Squad up here. I feel like all of those people just went to ICE. I feel like all of those people are just accepting ICE applications at this point, just putting that shit in. Hubris, ignorance, nepotism, and lead is bringing down America, just like Rome fell. Not laws.
We have only yet began to rise.
He just
you don't even
doesn't
know
get
the
it.
full extent of our power.
He just doesn't get it. The Canadian mind can't comprehend the beauty of the USA. He just can't. He just doesn't understand.
The empire has to expand before it collapses. Like he's not even in the right phase of empire.
Yeah. Yeah. It's infinite. It's infinite. It is infinite. Infinite expansion for 1,000 years. Then it's the collapse. We're not even at the expansion phase yet.
Brother man, like we're already bigger than ancient Rome.
You don't get it. The world doesn't trust you. No one wants to do business
It's
with
not about trust.
Dude, just let that soak in. Don't even respond to it. Just think about the colossal ignorance and stupidity in that statement, and just let it wash over you. And OG, you remind me of me, but you're much kinder. I don't like this weird, like, everybody has their faults type of, like, you look for the beauty within. I just, this dude has no redeeming qualities. Name one.
It's because that I have been around much violence and suffering in my life, and I try to look for the inner beauty, so I didn't lose myself in the abyss.
No one wants to do business with America. I guess that means, so in order for that to be true, and he's just not stupid, that means they're all doing it out of force. They're all scared of us.
And even if that was the case, Denizen, check it, right? Even if that was the case.
That's not the collapse of the empire, right? That's
No.
the start of it.
That's the start. Because if no one wants to do business with us,
This means
And they all do.
and they all do, but if no one wanted to do business with us and they all decided at one time to stop, guess what? Other countries, including us, but other countries have ran the war games over and over and over and over again against just the US, against the rest of the world. And guess who comes up on top every single time without using nukes, no nuclear weapons, nothing like that. Just ground, just military versus military. Guess who comes up on top every time? The United States of America. One of the major reasons, we literally built everyone's logistics. The entirety of NATO itself is using our logistic system that we can take away anytime.
It's not
We
even
would-
just logistics that we can turn away. Like, you know, the F-16 program, you
Yeah.
know what the majority of like allied countries use and like non-authoritative shitholes use. We have a kill switch. Like you fuck with us, we just flip a switch and your air power doesn't work anymore.
Like we would have fresh pie baked in Chicago in the Netherlands before they would they would have running water. Okay, I don't want to fucking hear it. Supply lines would be cut off. They would have no supplies. We would just win. The only
Can you highlight?
thing- What's up?
Sorry. Keep going. I thought
You're fine. You can go ahead.
I was just gonna ask him to highlight D5's comment.
This one?
Anyone. I just want to see her avatar.
Stop. That and the co-op. I thought, like, if nobody wanted to do business with us, these world leaders wouldn't be so easily co-opted. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you say stolen valor, but then you tell us how shitty our country is. It's
Well, hold on. He didn't
Stolen valor.
He didn't say stolen valor. He says stolen valor.
all right. First off, as a retard, I'm not going to talk shit on him for misspelling because I would probably have misspelled. OG does something for Canadians. 10th man loves him now, not lost. Must be the velvety southern voice. Stop it. Like, let me hit that Squidward voice. Oh, man. Y'all are crazy wild.
Straight crazy wild, yeah. I'm just, hey, I woke up today, and even though I'm gonna be working the third day straight, you know what? Today's a good day. Today is a good day. I'm loving this. Announcement though, Orthodox. I will be having a full studio coming up sometime in either March or probably before that, probably like February, late February going into March. So I'll probably start making content around that time when I have my studio.
Based.
So right now I'm in what will be the nursery. So I just got to get all that shit set up, but
Based.
everything takes time.
The world hates us. You say that like it's the bad thing, not like that's what I'm saying.
The world hates us, yet we support the entire world. If it wasn't for America, NATO wouldn't be a thing, to be honest with you.
Multipolar, unipolar world dominance. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, everyone hates us and doesn't want to do business with us, but they do.
Yeah, right.
Like if you just randomly throw something at a map and hit some fucking random country in East Africa, we have an economic program with that country and a trade agreement.
That's the thing. They hate us because we're giving them money and it's not completely free, right? There's strings attached. You do what we say. You implement the laws and culture that we want if you want this gravy train to continue. And that's the thing that people like not laws don't understand is they think that it should be free and we should just help people for the sake of helping people. That's not how the world works. Go ahead, Bumpkin. You had something you want to say?
Yeah, it's time to grow up and put your big boy pants on. Nothing is free. Everything has a stipulation. Everything has a cost. It'd be like if we lived in a communist regime right now. You think communists would give would give aid to capitalists, you think that would happen? No, there'd be political gains and political motive for them giving aid.
Not laws.
So,
Everything that you're saying about the U.S. is projection. Like, I don't have a job and can survive because I work under the table and I have skills such as plumbing and carpentry. Right? Most people who quote unquote survive get it from welfare, which is paid by the U.S. citizen, and what little bit of corporate taxes are paid by corporations and businesses. They also fund your militaries in Europe, Canada, all of our close allies, so that your government can spend that money on education and healthcare.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and their healthcare systems too. We more on everything so that the rest of the world is subsidized.
Absolutely.
D4 with the D4 with the absolute banger. The world loves the rainforest. How's that going for it?
Oh man, that is fucking 2000 IQ.
Petrodollar you steal from the whole world. Parasites who think they are the heroes. Bro, nobody thinks they're the heroes or the good guy. You want access to our manufacturing and technology. You want access to our markets and economy. You want our warships protecting your trade. Like, you have to play ball if you want shit from us. You benefit from the system. You're just mad and don't like the system. I don't know why you don't like the system. Here's the thing, right? Communism. And like, so Bumpkin Dennison, let me throw something by you, and this is for the chat as well. And it's no joke, it's no hidden thought that I like not laws as a person, right? But I'm not. Let me depersify him and throw him into the masses of leftists, right? Why is it that our countries are stable, happy places for the most part, but there's always this minority? And in liberal democracy, in liberalism, it doesn't matter if it's conservatism or socialism, right? In these two systems, in liberal democracy or liberal republic, you end up with a minority who is some reason just fucking angry. Whether they've been atomized, whether it's been because of their own personal choices and they fucked up, but they're angry, right? And that minority is always used by foreign interests to grow deceit and hatred. And every fucking time it is allowed in human history to get any iota of power or thought from leadership classes, it opens the city gates and lets the barbarians run in, and that ultimately leads to the destruction of your nation and your culture. And leftists in America, white liberals particularly, are these people. Am I right or wrong, chat? Bumpkin,
you're right.
Dennis. Can it be expanded upon?
I think the way we do things now with a scarcity mindset, a gain is always at the expense of someone else. And so those people who fall through the cracks and are left behind by society, they're the ones that have that anger and resentment.
Well, I mean, I get that because I feel like I'm one of those people, but my mentality is I don't want to hurt my nation. I want to make it better for everyone else as well, myself included.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, definitely. I've never been on the hate America team, right? Like, so I'm to the point where America disgusts me so much I won't even call myself an American anymore. Yet when I see someone burning a flag, I want to punch them in the face because they're worse than me somehow, right? So I think that's that line you're talking about. So even someone like me who doesn't even believe in nation states, I still don't have this like petty resentment that some of these people have. And it definitely is misdirected, right? Because they're not mad at Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, well, the thing is, right? So they're useful idiots because as you become a multi-ethnic, multicultural, globalist society, like globally interconnected, that then goes from just hatred for your country to hatred to our shared similar culture, which is Westernism. right? Which is just being Western. Like these white liberals that once hated their country and opened their country up for this suicidal empathy, for these suicidal retarded ideologies like libertarianism, communism, and all that, right?
See, I guess I don't hate those. Sorry, go ahead.
They then expand it from their own countries to the West as a whole. And then whoever the hegemon is of the West, they're going to hate the most. And they're going to blame all the faults of their own country on the hegemon of the West, which happens to be America right now. It was Britain. People still have disdain for Britain, but not as much as the West.
I guess I never hated those things, right? Like I've always loved the culture I was a part of, whether you want to call it European or white or American or whatever. And then I've also always tried to enjoy and appreciate the best things about other cultures as well, without being someone who tries to tear those apart from the inside out.
Or adopt them and become shit like weeaboos.
Like I think, yeah. Like I think we have an.
Go ahead, my bad.
I don't think we have a Mexican problem. We have an El Salvadorian problem. But if I were to go to El Salvador, I wouldn't be like, oh, look at all these murderers, rapists, and whatever. You know what I mean? I'd be trying the local food, visiting the local museums, visiting the local churches, checking out the art scene. You know what I mean? I would submerge myself in the best that country has to offer. And so I don't know, maybe that's the difference.
True, and that's the thing. Like I think that me and you are the same person. You're just older than me and more wiser, more experienced, because I am that same way. Like as bigoted as people claim that I am, and as right wing as I am, and as more as this is my country, this is my heritage, I do like other countries, other cultures. They're very interesting and they're cool. Thank you for coming, Bumpkin. I appreciate it. Not laws. If you really want China as a hegemon, you are stupid.
Yeah. I mean, I keep trying to tell you, bro.
Like China, here's the thing about countries like China, right? And like I don't believe in human rights, but I also don't think a government has the right to just kill its citizens because of arbitrary laws. China be doing that every day, all day. There's probably a Chinese citizen being executed for something petty and arbitrary right now in the mobile execution vans. But Germany does it, and it's a big deal. Crazy how that works. Thank you for coming, Bumpkin. I appreciate it. Yes, reclaiming Taiwan is a stupid war. I mean, yes and no. Like, I get it. I get it from a Chinese perspective. But the U.S. getting involved is the stupid war part. Yeah, okay, like that's the sweetness they use to poison you. Retirement at 54 if you're a woman. It's still 60 if you're a man, by the way. 4-day work week. Yeah. Yeah, because they combine Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then the weekend is considered its own day, and they work you 12 to 16-hour shifts.
Yeah, and I'm all for the good things, right? Like, I don't want to be strapped to a metal chair and tortured if I criticize the government, you know? I'm not arguing against 4-day work weeks or early retirement, or home ownership, for that matter.
Actually, this part is absolutely wrong because private ownership in China is not a thing. What it is a asset company that is owned by the CCP owns that home, and they lease it for something like 999 years, and then they can sell those leases. The government can come in and take those houses at any time. By the way, nobody's just saying shit. I actually like history. I actually like governance. I actually like economics. I'm autistic. They're hobbies. You're the one that's making claims based on leftist propaganda.
Yeah, so the AI says China has not implemented a retirement age of 54, and there is no official 4-day work week. The claim China's average retirement is 54 appears to be a misconception or misinterpretation circulating online, possibly stemming from anecdotal or speculative discussions. You know that thing that Not Law says everybody else in the entire world is guilty of except for himself? This is how you know it's almost always projection. As a matter of fact, China raised the retirement age for the first time since the 50s. Effective January 1st, 2025, will gradually increase the retirement age from 60 to 63, and from women from 55 to 58, and from women in blue-collar jobs from 50 to 55. For the work week, the standard work week is defined as 40 hours, typically spread over 5 days with one rest day. However, in practice, many employees work significantly longer hours, with reports indicating that 10 to 12-hour days, 6 days a week are common, especially in certain industries. While the law mandates overtime pay for extra hours, these regulations are not always enforced, and many employers do not formally track or compensate overtime. Sounds exactly like America.
Versus 50-year mortgages. Yeah, Not Laws. You have been here when me, Bumpkin, Dusty, literally every person that comes to this channel has said the 50-year mortgage is fucking retarded. Like, I don't know what more you want from people. I will make note to strap you to a wooden chair, Dennis. That's crazy. D5 says China.
Go ahead.
China gives you what they want you to think of them. No, they don't work 4 days a week. Dude, it's an on average 6 days a week, minimum of 24 hours. So D already knew that straight up what you read.
Yeah, they lie way more than we do. China is really good at lying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody that says the 50-year mortgage is retarded, and like it's not going to help housing. It's literally this capitalist country that we call America realizing that fascists and communists did capitalism better, and they're trying to force these fucking corporate or government owned land being fucking sold to you as fucking permanent rental states. Like, here's the thing about capitalism, right? And communism, they're both cannibalistic societies. Like, capitalism is big corporations trying to own every asset and rent you the uses rights. This is why me and Flo fight about it all the time, because that's the end goal. See, I know enough about banking and interest and loans to tell you that it's a bad idea. He knows enough about it to try to sell you on it. There's some good and there is some bad when it comes to banking and loans. But ultimately, just like our founders of this fucking country said, if we allow a central bank that first through inflation, then deflation, will control every asset and have our fucking children and slaves within 5 generations, I think is the exact quote.
Your grandchildren will wake up and won't recognize the country of their forefathers or some shit like that.
And anyway, they're right either way, because that's what's happening now.
Yeah, and then what's fucked up is it's been happening. Like, my grandfather, America was not even a monicum of what it is, and it's so bad that my dad's America was like he used to tell me how he could take a date to the movies with $1. So that means he'd go to the gas station, put a little gas in the truck, take the change, pick her up, go to the candy store, get some candy, popcorn, or whatever, and then still have enough money left over to buy both of them tickets with $1.
People don't understand that when your average expenses are hundreds of dollars, like there's something to be said, right, for physical inflation, like physical currency, right? The higher the inflation, the more physical currency you have to carry, right? Imagine if you were in a pre-technological, pre-digital banking society and you had to carry all the physical currency to take care of your needs for the week. And I think that's actually how they actually get away with it is digital currency, because people don't really pay attention. Like, they see the prices, they see they don't have money, right? But they don't pay attention when it's digital currency. They don't really see the issue because it's not right there in their face. It's just numbers they're looking at. And while the numbers don't add up, it's not reinforced. I think there might be something to the lack of physical currency, psychologically, personally. And equity builds at a snail's pace. That's the purpose. See, this is why I love you, Vanta, but this is why I mess with you and I call you a filthy, rootless urbanite. All right. Mortgage means death contract. LOL, fuck mortgage. I will stay a renter and move anywhere whenever I feel like it. I mean, at the end of the day, I think people should put roots in certain areas and build lives there. You got to settle down eventually. But if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. 50-year mortgage is better than 50 years of continually paying rent, but it's an inadequate solution. What's the difference? What's the difference? You pay a monthly fee to the bank.
You have something at the end. The equity is what, and then here's the thing: in a healthy economy, you have equity right away, and it increases over time. It wouldn't take 50 years back in the day to build equity. And also, in a good economy, a mortgage is not that illiquid. If you're in a rush to leave, you could discount the price of your home and create a seller's market for yourself without taking a hit and still make profit. You wouldn't have to do it at such a dramatic cost that it would, be negative, a negative impact on your finances. Now I couldn't even imagine what it would be like.
Can I get personal with you for a second about finance?
Sure.
Because ever since you and Flo and those other people had the artificial scarcity debate, there's been something that's been nagging at me, right?
I just really quick, I just want to state for the record, there never was an artificial scarcity debate. I was having a conversation about artificial scarcity. That rang Flo's bell. He came up to do that thing he does where he just yells at people and swears, and I refused to participate. But go ahead.
Fair enough. Well, there's something that's been nagging at me. You're retired, right? Like you don't.
The majority of my income comes from trading.
That's kind of what I was asking, right?
I just don't do employment anymore, and I take contracts whenever available.
So you basically work when you want to have a little bit of a purpose and to have extra income.
Yeah, and like the next couple of things I want to do is like rebuild motorcycles and sell them.
So you're base. So like, so the reason I ask is mainly I want to stick on the finance aspect, right? You buy, sell, and trade stocks.
Kinda. I trade stock options, and when I need money, I usually do junk options.
Okay. So
And that's why I call it exploiting the system.
well, that's what I'm saying because, and I love Flow to Death. This is probably gonna start some shit, but I gotta say, you're the only person that I've met on the internet or that has talks about this thing that we call capitalism who actually takes advantage of the system, but yet and is successful at it, right? You do the things that you do in your life for extra income or for like this streaming situation. You do it because you want to. Well, you're probably
Yeah.
not right about probably not right about everything, but I feel like that gives you a little bit more credence when you're talking about this system that other people can't replicate that, even though they're proponents of this system and you're against it.
Yeah, so go ahead, no, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, only people that are against the system and complain about the system, in my opinion, can truly, absolutely know the system. Because if you hate the system and you're smart, you know thine enemy, and you're able to manipulate the system. And you've said on multiple occasions you despise this system, but yet you're able to make it work for you, unlike the people that are proponents of the system, but yet they want to come at you sideways for your beliefs on the system. And I don't get that. If that makes sense to you and the audience.
It definitely makes sense to me. I lived it, and it's. I mean, I could talk about this for weeks. I was kind of a slow learner in this regard. At a very young age, I decided that my integrity was a core part of who I am, and there wasn't any amount of suffering that could be put upon me that would make me compromise it. And that comes once you make that initial decision, right? That's like it's a seed of a tree of a lifestyle. So every branch and root off of that, it has its own direction that is completely different from your life if you had made a different decision. And for the longest time, I kind of treated like truth and integrity as my religion, and I refused to capitulate. But right before COVID hit, I think it was like 2018, I was almost 40, and I was as I was in every other position or any other company I had ever worked in. I started out at the absolute bottom with no respect and ended up being the highest paid, most senior role in my department, right? So I still had a manager and then the owner, right? But out of all the systems engineers and project managers, I was senior and I was paid the most as well. Now, this is good for me in a way, but it's bad because it puts a target on your back in America because competence and experience don't mean anything anymore. That's an old narrative. They just look at the bills every year and see that I'm costing almost twice as much as the guy next to me. And whether or not the guy next to me can do the job doesn't really matter. Those service contracts still get paid every month, regardless of who's sitting in the chair, you see? So it puts you on the chopping block. And that's eventually what happened to me. A lot of it, though, was because I became jaded with my career and I stopped doing everybody else's job. Once you set the standard where you're going to do the job of 6 people, you can't go back to doing just a job of 2. They won't let you. So I caught the owner's radar. Long story short, they laid me off. They told me that I was not a good cultural fit for the company's whatever the fuck, right? They made up some bullshit so that, it wouldn't violate state law. And I realized at that point, I was approaching midlife, right? And I had nothing to show for a career in IT where I'd work 7 days a week. Who gives a fuck? I would go home at 1 a.m. after working on a network and then get up at 5:30 and go right back into the office without being asked or told to do so, just out of drive and passion for my career. And I ended up with nothing, no contacts, no like real retirement plan, no respect from the people who employed me. They, fired me in this like ritual where they locked me out of all my customer systems behind my back and then invited me to have a meeting with a customer, and it was a sham meeting. It was my firing. It was like, what am I doing? Because that is the essence of corporate America, right? There's no integrity, there's no loyalty, competence is irrelevant. And me trying to like stand up to this, Goliath with my principles, I just like found myself as the butt of a joke. Like it's the height of arrogance. So I did a personal inventory and decided, instead of trying to fight the system, I was just gonna exploit it.
Based. And I there's so many men that have similar beliefs or experience with corporate America, because I was talking to a friend of mine, different race, I think different religion. I don't think he was religious at all, but like completely different walks of life. That's why I bring all that up, right? And he looked at me and goes, "Yo, OG, do you ever think that the corporate culture is designed to make us feel incompetent and retarded, and then like shame us at any mistake, and then when we do good, not give us credit and like let our bosses take advantage of everything we do, then ask for overtime right after shaming us if we mess up, or ask for overtime no matter how much positive stuff we do for the corporation?" Is that similar to what you were feeling, or
Yeah,
am I
and
just
so you gotta like, for me, the experience was different, because not only was that happening all the time, and like I literally went to, we called them weekly meetings, I think. It's like a one-on-one with me and my manager, where he would take the corporate credit card, take me to any restaurant or event of my choice, pay for it, and then we discuss my career, right? So it would give him the opportunity to give me constructive criticism, and it would also give me the opportunity to complain or talk about what I want for the future. No, so my weekly meetings consisted of zero criticism. Now, I would say some of that is due to the fact that I was badass at my job, but obviously nobody's perfect. The point being, it was always me. I was always the one making recommendations and suggestions, and I recommended that we implement a help desk, that it would revolutionize the entire workflow. And I laid it out as someone who in my last job created the help desk from scratch, and then took it from like 50 tickets a day to like 10 tickets a week, and completely changed the way the internal IT structure worked for a much larger company, right? I figured this was a cakewalk for me, and I had the expertise and the experience to lay it out coherently, not just be like, "Hey, this is a good idea." So I explained in detail how it would help us and what it would look like and how it could be run. He laughed at me. He told me it was a terrible idea, wouldn't work. Yeah, I've tried that, blah. Which at the time wouldn't have bothered me because of the mentality that I had. I just wanted it done. I didn't care about credit. But he locked me out of it. So He hired someone outside to run it, and he employed it with people like, who weren't in my department. And that was the wake up call for me. Like, some idiot taking credit was nothing to me at the time. Now I know the credit is where the money is, right? but what bothered me was being locked out of it creatively and professionally, not being able to participate in the thing that I gave, the idea that I gave him. And so, like, but those things, for someone like me, and you can call it arrogance or whatever, they just piss me off, and they make me double down on what other people probably see as like an air of superiority. The gaslighting doesn't fucking work on me. But I'll tell you where it did work is when my areas where I was weakest and most naive, and that's financially and economically. I did not have a healthy relationship with money. My parents were lower middle class, and like, making money and having money was always seen as something that those other people do. So that's where I got exploited the most, is with pay and being financially compensated.
That's where a lot of Americans get fucked over at, because they don't understand how to make wealth creation, savings, the stock market, and most Americans are financially illiterate. Let's be real.
Yeah, and they don't teach us that shit on purpose, right? Like, we learn all this useless crap about the USS Maine, and then, in my day, I don't even know if kids have this anymore, but at least we had metalworks, wood shop, and home ec, which are important, but none of those things are as important as stock trading, investment, interest, taxes. You know what I mean? Like, this, how money works. The Federal Reserve. Now, remember, I was 7 years old, and I got my first dollar for doing chores. My mother decided she was going to start paying me for my chores so that I could learn about earning money, right? And I'm examining this dollar, and I flip it over, and it says the Federal Reserve. And I'm like, what's that? So I ride my bike down to the library, and I look up the Federal Reserve, and I find out that my country doesn't even own its own money. It was the first time I ever saw the word quasi. And it was this attempt to explain the Federal Reserve Bank by calling it a quasi-government organization. And within hours of reading, I realized the entire economic system was a big ass fuck and a lie and a complete illusion. And everything we're taught is bullshit. Private banks own my money? Even as a little kid, I was like, this is insane. So,
People who believe in the system will fight you tooth and nail. It really is. What is it? Who was the one who did the cave metaphor?
Plato.
Yeah, it really is a Plato's cave, because they will fucking physically fight you, especially if they benefit from the system at any point in their life. They will physically try to fucking kill you over it. Like, I was talking to someone who's very intelligent with economics, and I think they studied it, and they said, and he said that the people, when they're teaching it, will just tell you at the end of the day, nobody really knows how this house of card works, how it doesn't keep falling.
Yeah, it is kind of that complicated to that level, but some people do have insight. And I forgot to mention, I had a 401k at that job. And I realized the owner, like, after I got fired, the owner, who contested my unemployment, by the way, that's how petty of a cocksucker he was. He was taking money out of my check from my 401k and not putting it into my 401k. Which, I mean, that's hardcore top level embezzlement. That's like, you know what I mean? Federal pound me in the ass prison, to quote office space. He was legit stealing our money, moving it around like a shell game, and then trying to, steal from Peter to pay Paul. And this is my economic superior. This is the guy who he's supposed to make 20 times as much money as I do, because he's so much better than me, OG. He's smarter than me. He has more integrity than I do. He's just better. He's better at business than I am. And that's why he deserves all this money while I do all the work.
Do you want to know why I'm like weirdly fascist, and I'm not like, I don't believe as much in hierarchies as I'm supposed to, right? Because when I was a kid, there was this rich kid that always, like, at the time, my parents didn't want me around him, obviously, because they were scared I'd punch him and we'd get sued. But it was always like this natural hierarchy, and you hear people talk about these hierarchies as you get older. And like looking back on it, I realized like society was telling me this kid was better than me and my superior in every way because he was wealthy. But he eventually said something to piss me off, and I punched him in the nose, and he folded like a lawn chair. And then this was like, we were like kindergarten, maybe first or second grade. And I'm like, there really is no difference between me and him. You know?
Yeah, and I found the opposite to be true, that every business owner or manager I ever had was a piece of shit, a liar, a con artist, and that's how they got where they were, through manipulation and exploitation, not out of like hard work. And this risk thing, right? Like that's what I hear is, well, they're taking the financial risk. What are you talking about? These people are using extra capital. They're usually using other people's money, right? But it's not like their houses are paid for, their mortgages are taken care of. They come from families of wealth. Like, if I don't get the job, I live under a bridge. If his company goes out bankrupt, he just starts another company. I'm sure these people exist, and maybe a long time ago they existed in greater quantity, but most corporate business owners aren't putting their lives on the line with risk. They're risking savings, they're risking investment money, they're risking credit. Like, the worst thing that happens if this dude goes bankrupt is he loses his plane. Yeah, that's right. He owns a plane. He loses his plane and his credit is bad, and fucking marshals won't give him a new credit card. Oh, well, big fucking deal. If I don't get paid next week, I don't eat, and I end up getting evicted from the fucking weekly rental that I live in. I mean, fuck off. Who's supposed to buy this shit? And the fact that normally educated people buy this, it tells you that it's a cult. It's brainwashing, right? You have to be sick in the head to buy this shit.
I think it what really tells you that it's a cult and you got to be sick in the head is the violent and angry rhetoric they'll give you for calling out the cult. That's always one of the biggest, like, big ass exclamation points for when you're in a cult.
I'm angry because I have a big fucking dollar sign sized cock in my ass from birth. I'm born, they issue me a serial number and say, get to work.
I mean, that wouldn't be here's my take. That wouldn't be a big problem if we actually had meritocracy and people actually earned the positions they have. Because I've seen what you're talking about incompetent management, being scumbags, being liars, and being con men. Like, they made me, my boss, my entire team, and my boss work 3 times harder to do our fucking manager's job. And all he did was sit there literally playing solitaire all day. My last corporate job. He was incompetent as fuck, but because he was a con man, and he had great aesthetics, and he could talk his way out of situations. It wasn't a fucking problem. But yet, I as the lowest level technician, they would like management would come in, like actual management, like heads of the company would visit and come in and be like, "Oh, Orthodox, how do you do this?" And I'm like, my manager's over there. I'm busy. And like, yeah, but how do you do that? And I'm like, are you asking me? And I was stupid. I would literally ask questions with these people. I'd like, are you asking me because you want to know? Or are you asking me to make sure I know?
Yeah.
And like, I would have conversations with these people, and it was a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. And it was the simple fact that they were running off the mentality of their management don't know shit. And they have to go to the people actually doing the job. To which I asked them outright, to where my boss's boss could hear, because that's the guy that they were talking about when they say management. They're talking about my boss's boss, because my team lead was a good guy and showed us how to do everything. And he's the one he would get fucked over every fucking time for a shift lead position and everything. Like the ones that actually knew how to do it would teach the fucking the baseline people. They would get fucking. But they basically said that we know y'all know how to do it, and when we got questions that need answers, we come to the technicians. And I'm like, then why don't you fire management and just have our team leads be the fucking shift leads?
I'll tell you why. So like, it took me a while to get this because of my arrogance. Like it didn't do me much good being the smartest kid in class most of the time. But whenever I got put into the gifted classes, I was always like the dumbest kid. And the least performing. But like, I still got like, my life experience is always being the person people ask how to do things, right? Like that's was just normal for me. And I didn't really pay attention to the reality behind that because it took me a long time to accept that it was on purpose. I just thought, oh, well, these are dumb people doing dumb things, right? And that was my arrogance overtaking my critical thinking. Because in reality, these people are the perfect people for the job, and they belong there. The middlemen are not supposed to know how to do anything except rat you out. They get to where they are because they're brown nosers. They kiss up to the corporate structure naturally, so no one has to worry about whether or not they're going to do it loyally, right? And your employers are your betters. They look down on you because you don't run your own business. You're fodder for them. You're a piece of machinery. You're a wrench. You're not an actual person. And so it's middle management's job to filter that mentality down into the masses and keep them working. That's all they're for. They're glorified babysitters and like filters, because if your boss had to deal with you all day every day directly, he'd fire you even if he needed to, or he'd say something that would get him sued. And that's what those people are for. They're like that filter that takes carbon dioxide out of the breath of the astronauts in the fucking LEM. You know what I'm talking about? That's what they are for corporate shit. They're corporate shit filters.
That makes so much sense, actually.
They're not incompetent at their jobs at all, man. They're doing their jobs perfectly. And that's why they make more money than you and get better treatment than you do.
That's crazy. D posted this for you. I think it was for you.
Hey, buddy.
Whoa! You know you can't bring that weak ass stuff up in this Humpty Bumpy. You killed it, Joe. You make some more. You know that, baby. Else you're in for a long day. A long day. There's triple T's up in this bitch.
Some people said I was crazy when I brought Terry on board, but I'm a firm proponent of paradigm breaking outside the box.
Felcher.
And since productivity has gone up 46%.
Break was over 15 minutes ago, bitch. I'm an enforcer, man. Don't nothing. It's 100% hard, baby. Sure, I jack a few.
Can you send me the link?
But some.
I got you. I'll send it to you.
It's mind games.
Because it's the audio keeps cutting out.
I got you. I'll post in the back chat. That way we can replay it and everybody can see it because it's fucking hilarious so far. There you go. It's posted in the back chat. It's fucking hilarious. Thank you for that, D.
Hey, Laura. Hey, Laura.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, buddy.
Whoa! You know you can't bring that weak ass stuff up in this Humpty Bumpy. You killed it, Joe. You make some more. You know that, baby. Else you're in for a long day. A long day. There's triple T's up in this bitch.
Some people said I was crazy when I brought Terry on board, but I'm a firm proponent of paradigm breaking, outside the box thinking. And since Terry's been with us, our productivity has gone up 46%.
Break was over 15 minutes ago, bitch. I am an enforcer, man. Don't nothing go down in my house. It's 100% hard, baby. Sure, I jack a few fools. I give them the pain. But sometimes it's about intimidation, you know. It's mind games.
So, I'll see you later.
Check razor! Check razor! Get ready for the pain, woman! The pain is coming! Wow! I got it! It's in there! Don't hurt me! Please don't hurt me! Thank you, Terry! Thank you, God!
What really impressed me is how Terry's become part of the Felcher family. He fits right in here.
Surprise, kid! Happy birthday! As profits increase, the margin reaches a second break-even point here, after which enterprise falls into loss. Any questions? You know you need a cover sheet on your TPS reports, Richard. That ain't new, baby.
Hey, Terry.
Hey, Janice. Motherfucker.
That's not to say that Terry's gone soft. He still does what he does best.
That's a long distance call, Doug.
Of course, the office environment is, in fact, a violent world, and injuries do occur.
Hi, Terry.
Hey, Dana. Oh, no! Oh. Playing hurt? Baby, that don't faze me. I don't got time for pain. The only pain I got time for is the pain I put on fools who don't know what time it is. Any bitch ass thing I done lost a step because of what happened? Because of what happened to my knee and such? Well, he in for a surprise. A rude, painful surprise.
To be honest, I wish I had 10 Terry Tates on Team Felcher.
I just do my job, man. I do what my God-given abilities allow me to do, and I thank Jesus Christ for it every single day. And do I enjoy what I do? Hell yeah.
Got him.
These ain't your pants, Richard. These pants belong in my house. You can't come in my kitchen and kick my dog and take a box full of ballpoints. This must be crazy.
fucking your corporations would murder their employees if they could get away with it. That's crazy. What's up, Hank?
Yes. So I was watching Star Wars stuff for the past week or so. What Terry Tate did there is literally what Darth Vader does. Assist his CEO and just motivate people. Quote.
Yeah, he intimidates all the generals into do the Emperor's bidding.
Exactly.
Have any of y'all seen that video that I posted in the back? Denny, if you want to share that, it's 30 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing. But there's a part that the first part I really want to play for the audience.
The American dream. There's a reason they call it a dream. Who's there? Cock-a-doodle-doo, pal. No, 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 no! I don't have any more money! My job sucks right now, please! I'll have more money next month! You can't take my house!
Is that your signature?
Oh, okay, well, just help me work something out, okay? I mean, you said I'm a good credit guy, right? I mean, hey, wait! My dog is in there! No, don't take my dream! Oh, how did this happen? Hardman? Is that you? It's been a long time since the 4th grade. Is that a time machine? There's no need to concern yourself with my stunning accomplishments. Best get in. There's not much time. I gotta go down to the bank and get my life back. They took everything. Oh, bank ain't gonna help you now. Towel in the trunk. Extra set of balls. Put them on. You're gonna need them. You're gonna get my dream.
I love that part.
I'm here to show you how. Submitted for your approval. 1. First National Bank. What is a bank, you ask? A curious place where both space, time, and irony exist. And yet, don't. Are you gonna be doing that the whole time? Pay attention, pile. Exhibit A. Those who have come to deposit and safely store their earned monies. Exhibit B. Those who need to borrow said money for purposes unknown. Hey! That's me! Ergo. Exhibit C. The bank only has so much money in the vault to lend out to people such as you. Hey, that's the guy. He took my house. Really screwing my vibe here, pile. Space-time continuum. He can't hear you. Just let me narrate. Now, where was I? So you see, by the time he got to you, pile, his bank was out of money. But he gave me lots of money and charged me a lot of interest. Yes, that's the only way banks make money. By making debt loans. Debt equals money, pile. Remember that. Debt equals money. The more loans they make, the more money they make. But if they don't have any money, then where did my money come from? You're gonna want to take a step back, pile. Whoa! No way! Yes way. And that's nothing.
Hey, buddy, need some money?
They didn't do that.
Oh, they did exactly that, pal. Remember, banks make money by making loans, by selling debt, even to bad credit risks.
Yo, have some money, dude. Just sign here.
Oh my gosh! They called it free money.
Yeah, that's exactly what my loan guy told me. Free money.
But it ain't free. The worst power was offering money to people who don't even need it. People power, like you.
You're right. I didn't need him. I was happy here. I didn't need it. Why's he sad? He's making all that money.
Shh. He's thinking. Now wait for it. Now wait for it. Bingo. See, the bankers loan to everyone in town, but to make more money, they have to loan even more.
More? How much money do they need?
More.
Whoa, what's that?
Behold, a black horse riding. Credit card.
Wow, look. I mean, it's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. What now?
Now, with power with all this money, we might as well party.
Oh, this is awesome! I need to
Pause
get
it real quick, Denny.
When I get back, I'm gonna straighten all this out. I just hope.
Say again.
I was saying pause it real quick. So the only thing I don't like about this cartoon, because it really does explain the way all like credit, banking, everything. It explains really well how it works. The one thing that I don't like is it completely negates your personal choice to engage with that. It touches on it in the beginning where it's like, oh, I didn't need it. But that's as far as it goes. Now, I'm all for calling out the evil of finance and allowing to and talking about how their loaning is predatory in nature, and how like even if this cartoon character did not participate in the financial system, he would still have to deal with the repercussions of all those goods you saw pop up when the credit cards came. All of those goods are made more expensive by the fact that you can finance them. And it's really, really, really fucking annoying. Like, you can choose to not participate, but you still have to pay the price.
Well, here's the thing. They probably de-emphasize that part because the people in charge would rather put all the blame on you. They say, well, if you don't have the money, go live in the woods. They love that kind of thing. So that they de-emphasize responsibility because this
Karmatoon. Well, this Karmatoon is specifically about the evils of money and finance. It doesn't put any responsibility on the actual lender. I mean, it proves its point, right? Because finance is evil, and even if you didn't participate in it, your money would be worth less and less. But yeah, you can go ahead and press play. I'm gonna step away and take a pee. I've done seen this like a million times in my life.
Dream is doing okay.
I'm going to get you, my pretty.
Yep, he is. I'm sure he is. You put it on his tab. Little something for yourself. Wait.
You know, wait a second, Harmon. I just thought of something. If I got this money from the bank, and the bank got it from the Federal Reserve dump trucks,
go on.
Then where does the Federal Reserve get their money?
Real nice time, ladies. Real nice. Excuse me while I borrow from you.
Say, Hartman, why am I wearing a burglar bikini top?
Because no one is allowed inside the Fed. Not you, not me, no American citizen, no duly elected member of our Congress, not the Supreme Court. Not the Supreme Court? Not the Supreme Court, not the Justice Department, not the CIA, DIA, FBI, ATF, ATE, NBC, not even G-O-D. How come the government isn't allowed inside its own building? Government? Pile, the Fed is a private bank owned by private stockholders. Do not let the name federal fool you. This place is about as federal as Federal Express. A private bank? But private? Shh. Best to keep your voice down, Pile.
This is Ethan, Federal Reserve.
Hey, Heath, Bill here, First National.
Hi there, Bill. How are you?
Good, good. We're running a little low on money.
No problem. How much you need?
Oh, how does 20 million sound? What?
Excellent. We'll ship it over first thing tomorrow.
Wait, he can just call up the Fed and ask for more money and they give him whatever they want?
No, pal. The Fed don't give the banks money. The Fed loans the banks money. The banks have to pay it back with interest. Now, come on, time to go.
Wait. I still don't understand. Where does the Fed get their money? I mean, if they're a private bank. You said they're a private bank, right? Okay, so who puts money into the Fed bank?
This is Mel, United States Mint.
Hi, ML. First National needs another 20 millies.
We're already running the presses full steam here, Ethan.
Gotta keep making loans. Gotta keep the money flowing.
All right, you're the Fed. Whatever you guys say. 20 million more by morning.
But I don't get it. What's so wrong about the Fed printing money?
Because it's unconstitutional, pal. Our Treasury is supposed to create our money, but now the Fed controls the printing of America's money. Nobody gets a friggin' dollar that the Fed didn't print. So they print the money, then they loan it to the government, then they charge the government interest, then the government taxes you to pay for it. Wake up, pal.
God, I don't see what the big deal is.
You know, you're right, pal.
Wait a minute. Wait, I am?
Yeah. I forget how effective they are at keeping you ignorant.
Well, that's okay. Hey, I'm not ignorant.
Do you even know what money is, pal? In the long, long ago, people bartered. They traded things they had for things they wanted. I'll trade you my raspberries for that there pot pie.
I don't want your berries.
Pause.
Pause. Sweet berries.
They're not sweet. They're old, and I don't like berries. Give me that pot pie. No.
Yeah. So this part's gonna be wrong. The barter narrative is false. Money always has been about accounting. It's a state process. It was accounting. It usually we did it to resolve blood feuds and stuff like that. So the barter narrative is false. So, but you can continue.
That's my pie, kitty.
As you can see, this bartering situation created some problems. Then one day, a goldsmith walked up and said,
Now, everybody thinks gold is valuable, so why doesn't everybody trade gold for things they need?
A price was set for gold, and now it was very easy to conduct commerce because people could trade gold for all the things they needed.
Armin! Wow, look at all my gold! Hey, stop them! That's my gold!
Damn thieves!
Say there, Pile. I've got a vaulted cigar. I can keep your gold safe for you for a small fee.
Yeah, sure, that'd be awesome.
You see, Pile, this is how the first bank made money.
There you go, Pile. I owe you 100 gold coins.
Okay, great.
Come back anytime and redeem your gold when you want it. It'll be right here in my vault.
Now you're holding the very first paper money, Pile.
Wow, this is great. It all makes sense.
Oh, that's right. It was good. Everybody started using IOUs because everybody knew the IOU was as good as gold.
Wow, this candy is really a good price. 1 IOU. I'm getting some more for later. Hey, wait a minute. It was just 1 IOU. 10 IOUs for chocolate? You can't just raise prices like that.
Oh, the Candyman can.
Oh, the Candyman can. Wait, that is just freaking wrong.
Called inflation, Pile. It makes your IOUs worth less and less until they are worth nothing. Less bang for the buck. Dollar ain't what it used to be.
But I worked hard and I baked all those pot pies. Now I have to work harder to make less? That's not fair.
Oh, if you think that's not fair, you're going to love the next part.
What's he doing?
How do banks make money, Pile?
By making more loans?
Oh, that's right. He's good. See, he prints more IOUs without any more gold, loans them out for interest, makes a pretty penny, and nobody is the wiser. Unless everybody wanted their gold back at the same time.
No. That's my gold.
Not anymore.
What are you talking about?
I'd like to redeem my IOUs, please. Thank you very much.
Hey! I want my gold back now! Thief!
Gotta love the bank run, bringing people together. See, they all found out he was stealing, made a run of the bank and demanded their gold, but as you can see, They ain't no gold to get. Hardman, don't worry, pal. Back in these times, vengeance will be yours. 3 things in this world you don't do. Never mess with another man's woman. Never mess with another man's ego. And most importantly, you never mess with another man's money. Else, man will mess with you. My God, you hung him? Yes, pal. Oh, we hung him. We hung him high. And do you know why? Well, because he was a thief? Because, pal, an evil invention was born. Man discovered how to turn worthless paper into gold. Thus was invented the ultimate machine to steal real money and enslave all the nations on Earth.
Yes, so that's false too. Money has always been fake and gay. It's alchemy. You know, it's always been fake. It's always known into existence via double entry bookkeeping. So that part's false.
I like how all their heads and faces are the Rothschild family crest.
It's alive! Oh, now come on. You're just being dramatic. I mean, I lost my house, but... What is that? Explain. A nuclear power plant? Mm-hmm. Produces lots of electricity and little pollution. An invention for the good of humanity. Okay, but what's this have to do with... 3, 2... Holy atomic energy. A discovery more powerful than anything man had yet conceived. It can be used for good or evil. Now, unlike Einstein, the goldsmith's discovery has been kept a closely guarded secret. It was never intended for you to see. This discovery is called fractional reserve banking. In the wrong hands, it's more powerful than the nuclear bomb in its ability to completely and utterly destroy a nation who is subjected to its perversion. No. It is time we stop this evil secret and the men behind it. You're being ridiculous. Before America is destroyed forever. Believe it, Pop. No. I just want my dog back. Damn it. That's it. I give up. Let them live in chains. No, Harvard. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Thomas Jefferson? Mr. President, how do I get him to understand? As we did, son, remain vigilant. Too many have hidden the truth, and the light of our liberty dims with every passing day. Quickly, take my horse. Show him. Wait, show me what? Where are we going? Stallion of Liberty! Right on the hoary wind! Oh, where are we? Battle of Waterloo! Hold on, we gotta get through! A money machine! There it is! Hey, is that the same people? Rich bankermen from Germany, flying under the banner of the Red Sheet. They finance both sides of the war. We must hurry! That's him, the Red Shield courier. Shoot him! No, I'm not shooting anyone. Damn it, Pop. What? He beat everyone back with the news of the war. I told England that Napoleon won. The Red Shield backers in London pretended that England was doomed and started selling their English stocks. The English went into a selling frenzy to get rid of worthless English money. But the English won, right? Of course they won. But it was a trick by Red Shield. They waited until the stocks plummeted to pennies and then bought England back for nearly nothing. What? Did it bad? How? When the English leaders found out, they had no choice but to give themselves over to the Red Shield. Their money was gone and they were slaves to the Red Shield war debt. Since that time, the English have been paying their national taxes directly to the Red Shield private bankers. The people have no idea. But the bankers bragged about what they did to us, laughing at us all the way to the bank.
Why, it's the best business I've ever done. If I can control a nation's wealth, I care not who makes its laws.
Oh, is this what Jefferson wanted to show me? No. Look. They're in America, too? The Red Shield banks are here, Pop. Seeking a way to conquer our American dream. A dream you had, Pop. A dream of 3 men. They tried to take over our country many times and failed because Jefferson and the Patriots vowed to stop the evil tyrants at all costs. By authority of eternal God, he would not let the bankers win again. To preserve our independence, we must not let our rulers load us with perpetual debt. We must make our choice between economy and liberty or profusion and servitude. Wow. I place economy among the first and most important of Republican virtues, and public debt is the greatest of the dangers to be feared. It is incumbent on every generation to pay its own debts as it goes.
Pause.
We must have a central bank to secure this country's finances.
So what's weird here is that you can't build a country without public debt. You know, Somalia, when it didn't have a state, had no public debt, but they also didn't have anything else. So So the libertarian narrative is wrong, which is why the models don't work.
If the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their money, first by inflation and then by deflation, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of their property until their children will wake up homeless on the very continent their fathers conquered.
Jefferson, you're mad. This country will have a central bank.
Who's that? America's first Secretary of Treasury. Alexander Hamilton? Not for long. Aaron Burr, Thomas Jefferson's vice president. They didn't take too kindly to our first state treasury. Sweet shot, Burr. The first attempt at the central bank only lasted 20 years and was shut down. But the bankers tried again against Old Hickory President Andrew Jackson.
You are a den of vipers and thieves. I intend to rout you out, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out.
After surviving an assassination attempt, Jackson finally defeated the bank in 1836. When asked what was the greatest accomplishment in his life, Old Hickory replied,
I killed the bank.
And those were his last words. I killed the bank. And with real money backed with real gold, our country experienced the greatest boom in any nation's history. Oh, it was beautiful, pal. But the bankers, greedy for more power and wealth, were concocting their most ambitious plan yet to once and for all take control of the finances of the United States. In 1910, a secret meeting was held at the J.P. Morgan estate on Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. This meeting was so secretive, so concealed from government and public knowledge that the 10 attendees used code names.
I am clearly the richest man, so I should be the one to run the super secret central bank. I own all the oil in America. I'm clearly richer than you will ever be, hula girl. I should run the super secret central bank. You're nothing compared to me, lube job. I shall run the secret bank.
Silence!
Supreme Master Leader, I didn't know you were going to be here.
I'm not. Neither are you, dumbass.
Oh, yeah, right. He's so smart.
None of you shall run the bank. We have failed in the past because of openness. This time, the key to success is secrecy. The people must believe that they run the bank.
Yes, brilliant. A sneak attack. What's the plan?
We first create panic. Then we show them the solution. With our man in office and well-planned timing, we will have our central bank. And so the people think it is theirs. We shall christen it Federal. The Federal Reserve.
It struck on December 23rd, 1913. When most of our Congress were at home eating fruitcake, these bastards, bankers, presented their treasonous act to their newly elected accomplice, Woodrow Wilson, who had fortuitously already agreed to sign it before he was even elected. Wait, the IRS? I thought we always had the IRS. No, pal. They did this to us too. The Fed now has the exclusive power to print America's
What's
money.
up, Jim?
They
If you
loan
want to
this money
join,
to
you
our
can.
banks and our government at interest, putting immediate debt on our own money, printing more and more, so each dollar they print becomes worth less than the one before. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, we really need to lobby against the tax preparer lobby. They're freaking wasting all kinds of time and money. We need to remove them forcefully.
I'm gonna grift. So let me grift before we go back to the video. Everyone, if you would like to donate to the GoFundMe for the house fire, I posted the GoFundMe link. I've told the story 1,000,001 times. If anybody is interested, I'll tell it again. But I want to get back to this little cartoon because I enjoy the hell out of it. It is one of the funniest things that I've ever had in my life, watched in my life. But the GoFundMe link is there. And for anyone who wants to join, the StreamYard link is there as well. For short, the GoFundMe is for the house fire. It is helping me rebuild so I can continue to be a caregiver for my mother and rebuild the house as well as living expenses. So we're also going to be turning it into content so everybody can see where the money goes. And thank you for those who donate. Those who can't or don't want to, could you please at least share the link around? I appreciate you guys. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled video.
What in the hell is that? That is how our government now must pay back these debts to the Fed. Your taxes do not go to your government. They don't? It's the greatest theft in human history. But
Oh, okay. I mean, I sort of get what you're saying, but it's also confusing. And really, Hardman, I don't see how it affects me at all. If I had more money, none of this would have happened. Hardman? 1955? Wow, what are we doing here?
Oh, a little bit of shopping. Here, hold this. Gallon of gas, 23 cents. Postage stamp, 3 cents. Ounce of gold, $35. Hot baby. Priceless. Best be getting back.
Hey, Hardman, I need my car, man. Oh, was that Michael J?
Yeah, he'll be fine. Pal, would you agree that you have the same exact things you had in 1955?
Yeah, 1 stamp, 1 gallon of gas, 1 ounce of gold, and 1 home. Wow, we just made a lot of money.
Hey! Gotta pay your taxes. Bet it's nice to have made all that money.
Wait, that isn't fair. Now I actually have less money. I can't even go buy the things I just sold.
The IRS and the Fed's inflation work together, pal.
The fault mistake, you don't have any money at all. You don't have any of that fault mistake making that via the bookkeeping system.
Well, see, no, like I agree with you. Like there has to be a balance, right? So, like I don't care about paying the taxes, but there is something to be said on taxing anything other than profit, right? And you want to have an incentive to where people create. I mean, the state creates the economy and helps guide it. The free hand of the economy, the free hand of the market is retarded, doesn't exist. It's always a statist hand that guides the market. So there is a good argument for that. But the thing is, you always want to create incentives. So you don't want to tax at a rate that, one, you can't buy the shit that you just sold again. And you don't want to hurt that incentive for people to buy, sell, and trade. So you still have to allow them to maintain a profit. I mean,
people literally make stuff for free on their own dime, but that's not the point. The point is we have things to maintain. We need to structure the economy so those things that need to be maintained actually get maintained.
Fair enough. I have a knock on the door. I'll be right back.
They aren't just taxing gain, they are taxing their inflation. You are no richer than you were in 1955. Now, does that sound fair or American to you?
Yeah, but I mean, who doesn't hate taxes? I hate the IRS anyway.
Pile. The higher they make the inflation, the more your money they take. It's thievery. You're not paying taxes on any more. You are paying taxes on the same. And now you have less. They take our property away right in front of our eyes, just like Thomas Jefferson said they would.
What's that?
Oh, they found us. Quick, a sword.
What sword?
We'll beat your bagging machine. I'll condemn you to die, damn it. Die! Pile! Don't I keep Ogie on my nine. Take him at his knees.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
What's happening? Where am I?
I believe perhaps you understand now, pal, but you are afraid.
JFK. Hardman, what does this have to do with my house and my dog? Oh, okay, that's enough. I want to go home now.
This is the last president to stand up to the Fed. You must see. On June 4, 1963, President Kennedy signed Executive Order 11110. This executive order empowered the U.S. Treasury to issue real money without the Fed. It would have worked. Kennedy's plan to dismantle the Federal Reserve machine had begun. But 6 months later, John F. Kennedy went to Dallas and never returned.
No way. No way they could do that.
The new president, Lyndon Johnson, threw out Kennedy's order. And since JFK, no president has dared confront the secret powers behind the Federal Reserve. They consolidate bigger and bigger banks, print more and more money, accountable to no one, decimating our nation's wealth for the benefit of a few.
Why? Why do this? If they hurt us, it hurts the global bankers too.
No, pal. They are protected. They are too big to fail.
But I'm not.
Those sons of bitches! Sons of bitches all.
The day was cold. The wind sharp and strong. But we were determined.
The bankers and their parasites had us vastly outnumbered, but their hubris made them weak. Not like us. Not like this band of immortals we have assembled. We have come to take back our... Hardman? Is that... My dog. Oh, Then the inevitable. The Money Kings could ignore us no longer. They sent an emissary, a cog in their machine of greed to bring about our submission. Hank Paulson.
Hardman, this is blasphemy. We own the corners of the earth. It is futile to challenge us.
Oh, I've seen that look before. That of a predator taking in the scent of its prey. Bold, fearless, the look of a free man.
You have come far, Hardman. Farther than most. Be smart now. Join us. We will bring you money, power, everything you want. You can be one of us, if you will kneel. Madman. You're a madman. We're offering you everything. What do you think this is? This is America!
I love that cartoon so much.
Yes, I like it too, but I got over the old libertarian fantasy on money pretty recently. Money is made by the state. Without the state, you don't have any money at all. This is why getting rid of the state means you don't have anything. You don't have anyone maintaining the infrastructure, which is why in Kapistan, each and every time they try to make it has always been a scam. Like on Gulch Gulch, Chile, that stupid island they made.
Well, the thing is, right? So this was never against the state. This whole cartoon is against the private bank. Believe it or not. Like that's the thing. This is not anti-state propaganda. This isn't even pro-libertarian propaganda for the most part. It's anti-bank propaganda.
Yes, but it's that private bank is a subcontractor.
No, in this case, they're telling you that the Fed is an independent entity that prints the money and loans it to the government, who then loans it to us, essentially.
Yes, and that was created as the video says with the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. So the state created that quasi-government private entity. It was authorized.
The state didn't create it. Private bankers created it. They just got the state's permission to take over currency. So in fact, it's actually a libertarian wet dream, because this is the end of libertarianism, right? Ending the state with private contractors.
Yeah, exactly. But
that's what they've done.
Exactly. But somehow the Fed is bad, and even though it should be the best possible thing for them, so their model falls apart under slight scrutiny.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the end result. Like, if you don't have a state and you allow corporations to take over everything, this is ultimately what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's all that bad. It's like it's probably. I mean, we seen how the USSR did. We're doing better than they are. So. So
fair. I mean, there's a balance to be struck. That's my argument.
maybe the balance is not enough private contractors. I'm not sure what the balance is, but I just want to remind people that the money wasn't made out of barter. That's a big deception. This is made of accounting of blood feuds, because what happens is when you do the crime, you have to pay the time or pay the cows or whatever. So that's why money exists. It wasn't because it wasn't from barter.
So, on the topic of Kennedy, the speech that was quoted had nothing to do with Rothschilds. He was talking about the Soviet Union. And ironically enough, it was like a qualifier. It was like a but statement. He was saying, yeah, we don't like secrecy. Secrecy is bad. We're inherently opposed to secrecy. But I really need you guys to be a lot more secret about what we're doing in the Cold War. It was his way of asking the press to be more secretive, not less. And when it comes to that executive order, it's the exact opposite. Kennedy was trying to transition Treasury business into Federal Reserve notes, and he was doing away with silver as money. And what the executive order was to allow the temporary use of silver coins to facilitate a transition away from silver altogether, right? So I'm going to ban silver coins. You're going to get super mad about it. So then I'm going to sign something that says, okay, you can still use your silver coins for now. That's not me being pro silver coin. You see what I'm saying?
Fair enough. I didn't say the video was perfect. I just said that it explains finance.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. Just that's why just show people where the holes are. What we does in research ourselves. So it's very good video.
That's the thing. It is absolutely important for you to do your own research in every subject that you watch people talk about or that you're interested in for these exact reasons.
Anything, he was doing their bidding.
Exactly.
Well, what would you guys rate the video on 0 to 10 for accuracy, for quality, for just entertainment in general?
8 out of 10.
Yeah, I liked it. I would give it an 8 too. Discern anymore in this environment. We're inside the cave. So that's the one true thing that we know, is that we're inside the cave. So now I can't even trust my own senses, right? So it's difficult for me to declare truth once I know I'm inside the cave. That being said, we'll say that, my history books gave the same exact recollection of how money was created, right? They just made it sound like a good thing.
And they were equally wrong, ironically.
Well, money was created for that purpose, to make bartering easier.
No.
Why not? What do you think it was created for?
It just happened to make bartering easier, but it was there to resolve blood feuds.
How does that work, Hank?
Oh, so you have tribal nations, and we're trying to maintain peace here, and some guy commits a crime. So he commits a crime. Someone has to pay somehow. So either he pays with his life, or he and his tribe pays with some property, and then we each tribe keeps books on who owes what who, and but once they tokenize those books, that's money. The tokens that gets tied to those books.
Yeah, but that money has to be backed by something of value.
Your life.
There's a fundamental disconnection there, I have to say. I don't. How do you determine whose life is worth what? Is it one token per life, or is there different value assigned?
Oh, that's the
Or how
hard
does that
part.
work?
That's the whole economy. That whole economy is a computation to determine what whose life is worth what.
Word.
I think we're both saying the same thing, just different aspects of it.
Correct.
Right, because I get what you're saying. So basically, let me put it this way: currency is a representation of physical wealth. Currency
Yes.
trading benefits barter and exchange, and it allows for the elites and people among us who have assets and things like honor and codes to then exchange that currency in favor of having to pay a blood oath. Would you agree with that?
Affirmative. And it happens to be convenient to help us facilitate trade as well. But that wasn't the intended design.
Fair enough.
It's kind of like how the medications get developed and they design for one thing, but it happens to work for something else too.
Yeah, it's like how Viagra was not a dick hardening drug when it was first invented, but it's like, hey, this shit right here, man, does something awesome. I feel like actually Viagra's a plot for women, but we'll get into that later. Charles Darwin, or Eat My Left Nut, says it was an awesome video. Explain stuff I didn't know. Well, that's why I like sharing awesome stuff that I find with you guys and I've watched since I was a child with you guys, because while it's not the 100% most accurate thing, it explains it to where you can understand it. And it's accurate at least on how money works and how it's manipulated. You know, it's accurate on the important stuff. Who really cares what JFK was doing? Who really cares who the good guys or the bad guys are? Yes, it makes it easier to name and shame them until deal with the problem, but you can't deal with the problem unless you know what the problem is.
Who cares what side patches right on walls?
I'm the bad guy because I'm racist.
You can't be racist, Hank. You're black.
Power plus privilege. Power plus privilege.
Exactly. Well, any final thoughts, gentlemen? I'm thinking I'm going to end it.
Thank you for having us.
You are welcome, Hank. You are always welcome on show. And I do like when you come up because I love talking to you, especially when we talk about technology and video games. Dennison, do you got any final thoughts, good sir?
I hate moving.
Are you in the middle of moving?
Yeah, I'm at the new place finally. Now I need a bed and some furniture.
Yeah, I mean, I move soon.
Yo, I called dibs on your old house.
I'm so stressed out right now. If there's any beautiful ladies in the audience that would like to throw me a blowjob, I could really use it.
Yes, I will also need a blowjob, please.
I'm just surprised blowjobs didn't become currency, like the world reserve currency.
Bruh.
Well, there's a sense where they are. that's the thing about money being fungible. There's a sense where everything can be the world reserve currency. It's a magic.
Yes, I wash my penis frequently, and I also I can drink any beverage of your choice in order to flavor it accordingly.
It was in Venezuela. So what happened to the 30-minute stream? I said if the audience wants to come up here and have a conversation, and then we wound up going for 4 hours.
Yeah. So yeah, you got 8 30-minute streams. You gotta edit it yourself.
I should have been cleaning and unpacking. Instead, I streamed.
You should have been the Nod One Packer. Genius.
I just started having fun, and we still hadn't really talked a lot about space, but we have at the same time, and then we talked about Fallout as well. So I'm happy. I got to hang out with awesome people and talk about topics I wanted to talk about. So yeah, once again, I am super happy. Tucker is freaking out. So how about you guys?
Hoover, I heard you can mix
What
the
else is there
pineapple juice
besides
with
pineapple
coconut
juice,
water.
Hoover asks?
I heard you can mix the pineapple juice with coconut water and have make a pina colada.
Darwin said,
Pina coladas.
Darwin said the trick to moving is to pay someone else to do it.
Yeah, I was like, it's my fault because I didn't go through any of my shit from the last time I moved. So I still had a bunch, like I needed to go through all my boxes and throw out junk.
Garian says, is Denny high?
Actually, I drove myself to a new state to live, and I don't DUI, so I haven't had weed in over 3 weeks.
Good stream. Orthodox Guy. I've been listening for a couple hours. Oh, I'm glad you liked it, Miss Hoover. All his boxes, pause.
I don't get it. But once I get to that box that has all the fucking marijuana paraphernalia in it, you can guarantee I'm gonna blitz myself into the next dimension.
Brother should get some fucking mushrooms and smoke and then get drunk as well.
Oh, bro, I found out that I can get booze delivered here. Nice.
Brother is about to become an interdimensional being at this point.
Oh man, I am gonna get so fucking high, dude. I can't even describe it.
Did you don't have to tell me what state, but did you move to a state where it's recreationally legal?
Yes, sir.
Based. You know what? My love for marijuana and like not being told what to do by the government. My uncle, the one that I always say is like Dusty, like he told me and him were talking the other day. He's like, I tell you this all the time. You're a bad fascist. And I'm like, am I really? And I'm starting to believe him. Like maybe I just want a state that is organized and does its job and is authoritarian when it needs to be, and it will crush any foreign power for its citizens. Is that too much to ask for?
Well, you know, I mean, ask your buddy Adolf.
he's like, Rachton, yeah, it's too much to ask for. Adolf, he that's one of my uncles, not my buddy as well. This is my old Uncle A. I'm going to go to Argentina every so often to see him. But I love you guys. It was nice talking to y'all. Y'all have a good one. Good night.